Good evening. This is a conference meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in council chambers, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, April 7, 2015, at 7:01 p.m. We do a roll call. Councilman Coley?
Present.
Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Councilwoman Easton? Here. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Present.
Councilman Johnson?
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Present.
Council President Williams?
Present.
Also present, M. Smith from Clerk's Office. Director Douglas from the Fire Department. Margaret Hamir from the Clerk's Office. Please stand for a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Please be apprised, anyone wishing to discuss agenda or general items shall sign one book. There will be 2 columns in the book, one for agenda items and one for general issues. Each person signing the book will check agenda items or general issues. If they check only agenda items or general issues, they will be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. If they check general issues and agenda items, they will be allowed to speak for 10 minutes. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 at SEP, the Sunshine Law, has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 17, 2014, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk.
Matters for discussion. Congressman Donald M. Payne Jr. will not be here tonight. For those who didn't know, he had a foot injury, and he thought that he would be here to still present because it was approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago, but he's not able to make it, but he still looks forward to rescheduling us to come back for his yearly address. Next, we're going to have matters for discussion for the purchase of the YWCA building and finance options. I'm going to actually, is this just a presentation or Q&A? For Councilwoman Easton? Oh, okay, I thought you was okay. I'm going to actually, for this, I'm going to switch, point of clarity, I was a board member for the YWCA. The YWCA has gone into trusteeship effective middle of June of 2014. So the board has no say-so, but just so we can keep moving forward in a way that there is not an appearance that I'm doing anything where I'm sitting in both areas, I'm going to let Councilman Coley sit on this.
Need your glasses? Council President, glasses?
No, listen. Thank you.
Open my agenda, please. Good evening. We have a matter for discussion. The administration going to give us a presentation for the Y. Guess when you guys are ready? Thank you, sir.
turn it over that way.
Very nice.
How are you today?
I'm well, Councilman.
Me too. I'm feeling pretty strong today.
Good, pretty good. Well, first of all, good evening to everyone here tonight, to the honorable members of City Council of the great city of Orange Township, and to the general public. My name is Willis Edwards III, and I'm here on behalf of the administration to sort of present to the governing body what I believe to be one of the most exciting things to come forward in the city of Orange in probably in the last 20 years. And that's an opportunity to acquire for the first time in the city of Orange a recreational senior services center. And it gives me great pleasure to present to you this evening this wonderful opportunity. Historically, I've sort of placed out these two different displays to kind of sum up in this short presentation to you about what this opportunity is. One is the historical context of the YWCA. The YWCA has been in the city of Orange for approximately over 25 years and has been an intricate part in its development, both through a community perspective and both through the lives of individuals. For many of the residents that I've spoken to throughout the city of Orange, many of them tell you tales where they learned how to swim at the Y, or where they just went to the Y for recreational purposes, whether it was just a place to kind of go. Well, what we have this evening is an opportunity which I don't think is going to come by again in our particular day and age at this particular cost that meets all of our needs. I've prepared an outline along with a table of contents, and I shall not be long. I'll provide opportunities for the council to provide me any type of questions they may have as it respects to this particular presentation. I've laid out for the general public, and I will make available on the website as well, any parts of this presentation in the future, so that in the next week or so when the Deputy Director of Communications comes back from vacation, it'll be available for the general public, but I also will make some copies available if you'd like to come in anytime during the week as well. On the first board, we talk about the historical context, as I indicated, about the Y, what its current uses are. The Y has gone into receivership, and although I speak about the Y, I just want to be very clear to the general public and to the governing body. The city of Orange, although we have had a long-standing relationship with the Y over the course of many years, this is a new venture. This is a new asset in terms of the city of Orange sort of looking at this as an opportunity to purchase. On the second phase, we talk about what the needs are. If we think about where we are today, and over 75 years plus, when City Hall was built, it has gone through expansions, and nor did the founders kind of think about that this city would sort of grow to this size, to where we have approximately 30,000 residents. And we never envisioned that we would have the needs that we do today. And one was to serve the general public, and in doing so, having the facility to do so. Currently, our Department of Recreation and Senior Services is located in the lower level of this particular facility in City Hall, operating in inadequate services. Opportunities are still among us to be able to provide additional services. Our recreation area is limited. Most of our activities are only able to engage during summer months, limiting our capacity to serve residents. We did an informal survey last year in 2014. We sent out surveys and we surveyed over 1,000 people, And one of the consistent things that residents were telling us was that they want more services for their taxes. And what has the city sort of done? Although we've launched a number of initiatives that include one all-day summer day camps, recreational programs that involve academic excellence, we lack the opportunity to provide them a substantial investment. This would be an opportunity to do so. As it relates to the financing, the appraised value that was submitted to us by the trustees from the court was an approximate appraisal, well, an exact appraisal of $1,870,000. The attorney that's representing the Y has received offers to date in excess of 1.5 and in some cases $1.8 million. But because the attorney recognizes that this is an important asset for the community, they have agreed to lower that price if the city chooses to move forward with a total price of $1.5 million. Now, I've sort of tabbed some of the items. If you go through the sections in terms of section 1 talks about that appraisal, and I provided you a copy of that appraisal from Jay Lubekin from Rabinowitz, Lubekin, and Tully right here in Livingston, New Jersey, where it goes into detail with regards to the assets. And many of you, I don't want to belabor because many of you already are familiar with the facility. And section 2, we talk about the authorization and where the administration is seeking authorization for the governing body. Now, because this matter is within a bankruptcy situation, it is prudent upon us to kind of move expeditiously. We have been in negotiations with them for the last several months in discussions about whether or not the city had an interest. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to come to terms during that time, and they've went out and sort of sought other bids to find inquiry whether or not they were interested in purchase. And Rossi next door also put a bid in, and some other developers. But I think it would be a travesty if we lost this opportunity. And while most communities are investing upwards of $10 million, we have an opportunity to make one single investment of $1.5 million to acquire asset with at least $300,000 in equity. The first resolution that you see as a draft sitting here before you this evening in form, and I mention it as a draft because I want to make sure that the council understands that although I'm here tonight requesting wholeheartedly that we move on some aspect of this process to allow us the opportunity to continue to move forward in terms of acquiring the building. The proposal is that $100,000 be allocated within our capital improvement budget, in our temporary budget, to allow for us to enter into a lease arrangement while we continue to negotiate some of the terms of the purchase. We're confident. We've been in discussions with the Essex County Improvement Authority. They've extended a great amount of interest to allow us to sort of lend us the money to move forward. We looked at other different options. I don't know if that's the best option for us, but we know that we can get the money, whether it be on notes or whether it be on bonds. In terms of the financing, how will it impact the budget? I reached out to both the budget consultant for the city council and also our auditor for the city, Dita Lurch, as well as Frank McNerney, McNerney and Brady's law accounting firm, for them to also weigh in on the matter and see what the fiscal impact would be to the city. And the question that I've gotten from several council members was, I love it, how are we going to afford to pay for it? Well, as you're aware, maybe 2 years ago, there was a lease agreement that was done with the reservoir. And in that reservoir lease agreement, it was for a 20-year deal. And in that 20-year deal, the first 10 years was for $750,000 annualized to $75,000 a year, to a total of $750,000, and in year 11 for $850,000 at $85,000 a year. Since we've entered into that agreement, we have expended approximately $225,000 going into 2015. Tonight, we kind of talk a little bit more about the budget. We've put into the budget another $75,000, which will be a part of that $750,000 drawdown, leaving the city with approximately $450,000 left remaining. If you go into year 11, it goes up to $85,000 over a 10-year period, which I've also spoken to the county and also to the Freeholder Board, which would be also willing to ratify the resolution that they passed at their meeting, where it was intended that we would have the money up front, but unfortunately we never received it that way. And maybe it was for a fortunate purpose that we didn't, sort of commit those funds to any other reason. And actually also attached to this, you'll see in the resolution there's a rider, which basically designates those funds specifically just for the purchase and the purposes of getting the Y. And I'll pause right there and kind of open up, because I think I can answer more questions as they arise.
Any questions?
Council Vice President, two concerns. Number one, you mentioned the $750,000.
Yes.
The assumption on my end is that that money will be money that we should have received from the county from the deal from the reservoir. Is that accurate?
We did receive that money.
We did receive it. So if it's okay to use that money, would the state have to be involved to give us the authorization to use that money specifically for that? So I do recall the time when we was going through the budget not too long ago, last year, the year before, where the state indicated that we certainly couldn't use it in the budget.
Okay. What the state indicated for the general public and for your council colleagues was that the $750,000 was done as a 10-year lease agreement. So the state weighed in and the state said, because it was done as a 10-year lease agreement, you're only going to be allowed to draw down $75,000 per year. However, if you would like to use the money outside the framework of what was passed as a resolution to use it as a 10-year deal, you can go back and pass a resolution to allow you to unrestrict that money, but it requires that that deal be amended, which that's where I spoke about, that I spoke to the Freeholder Board as well as the county exec, and they're all interested in sort of allowing us to unrestrict that money. Because right now we have the money in an account, it's just that we can't use it all at one particular time. The advantage comes in is that we have the $450,000. Depending on what the loan agreement would be, we can always pay less on. We can unrestrict that money on the $450,000, put that down as a part of the payment for the rec center, and now borrow less money, and then make payments over the remaining 6 years till we receive the $850,000, and then make payments $85,000 a year, or in my view, pay it off a lot quicker and just make the $850,000, which would bring it to $1.2 million. And by that time, I believe that you'll see some realized savings.
Just for the sake for the audience, it's also indicated in the body of the resolution that will probably be entertained tonight with regard to the $750,000 from the county. All right, number two, I'm concerned about hazardous material which may be inside of that building. The appraiser could not go inside to do that because, of course, they're not licensed or authorized to do hazardous material. So is there a plan to go inside of that building and see what hazardous material may be there that would be a burden to the city to remove?
In fact, the resolution sort of speaks to ensure that prior to any formalization of any agreement, that proper due diligence would have to occur. And of course, an environmental impact study would be done prior to any major purchase or assumption that goes with it. I think one of the things that we're looking for this evening is to sort of move forward with the authorization to have the money to now enter into negotiations. And I'm certain that we will come back to this body at the appropriate time, of execution before there's any type of execution of an agreement. But what it does is it gives us an opportunity to enter into a lease agreement so that we can take possession of the building at present.
Okay. Needless to say, that's a major concern.
And it's a well-warranted concern. However, I will just sort of, just for the record, indicate that the YWCA was working under all operating permittable licenses prior to their closing. So there was no concerns with regards to there being any environmental under, but the city would still take all of the necessary precautions prior to.
All right. Thank you.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Neeson.
Mr. Edwards, what part or what programs for seniors would you, I guess I would say, what portion of the day or the building would be dedicated to the senior programs?
I think a significant portion of the building could be dedicated towards senior services and senior programming. You know, as I indicated, Orange is the only city, quite frankly, in Essex County that doesn't have a senior citizen services center. And I think we've lost out on an opportunity for our seniors to have a place to congregate, not just congregate, but I think there are educational enrichment programs. We can partner with a number of agencies to sort of offer those opportunities, both for-profit and nonprofit organizations that are willing. When we think about the building in terms of its space and its size and being able to offer how much of it, I think 40% to 50% of the building can be allocated. It has the capacity to meet our needs and grow beyond that.
All right, my second question, will we be able to run the 6 to 9 program out of there, as well as will we be able to bring back 6 to 9 and run it out of that facility? Because we haven't had it for 2 years, as well as run it out of one of the, so 2 locations. The Orange Middle School site, and so could we do both?
Councilwoman, I'm so excited about this. We can not only do both, but I think we can offer and extend it so many other different programs. It's not just about the 6 to 9. We're talking about having opportunities to do midnight basketball when it becomes appropriate in time for. I'm talking about programs after 4, 5 o'clock, being able to do after-school programs. The facility, right now, our limitations don't allow us to service this residents of the city of Orange Township. This would give us this opportunity to be able to do that, not only by providing a 6 to 9 program, but think about all the great programs that we offer during the summer. We'll be able to expand those programs and be able to offer those programs year-round.
Councilman Coley.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I have a question. I know Councilwoman Easton already mentioned about the 6 to 9 program, but one of the long-standing issues with the YWCA is that it has had difficulty with maintaining its sustainability with regards to sustainability. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Sustainability. So I guess my question is, how do we plan on making this sustainable without putting it on the backs of taxpayers?
Well, I think the first thing we have to realize is that we're talking about 2 separate entities. We're talking about the YWCA, and we're talking about sustainability. I just want to kind of be very clear in terms of what the cost analysis would be as it relates to that particular nonprofit organization and now a government entity sort of running that particular facility. And I don't want to kind of get too much involved into the weeds of the YWCA, but as recent as 2009, YWCA was generating roughly $2.9 million, according to Jay LeBeckin from the firm representing the bankruptcy court. Now, there's a number of reasons one could talk about as it relates to why the Y was unable to sustain itself when it received roughly $2.2 million in grants from outside entities. One of the biggest expenses, as we recognize for any business or government entity, is staffing. The reason why I believe that this is such an excellent opportunity is because we already pay for our staffing. That's already calculated in our budget. So when you're talking about the largest expense, which is typically makes up between 60 and 70% of the general operating budget of any entity, for-profit or nonprofit, that's an expense we already incur.
That's true, but we don't already incur the overhead costs that are associated with the YWCA property.
Okay. As it relates,
my other question is, well, no, you can answer that. And then
as it relates to the overhead costs, when we think about the overhaul costs and the benefit analysis to the community, what we've done is also done some due diligence and sort of looked at what would be the additional expenses if the city was to assume that responsibility as it relates to a new asset. One, what would the insurance be? So we've contacted our insurance broker and asked our insurance broker. And our insurance broker indicated to us, because of the type of insurance that we currently have, and we provide these types of insurance through our recreation department, that adding the facility would only cost us an approximately $3,000 more annually. So we're talking about less than literally $240 a month.
Well, that's true, but we're also talking about utilities, PSCG. Those costs are expensive, especially when you're maintaining a pool, an indoor pool. And we know that the pool has quite a few structural problems and concerns.
Yes. Well, in terms of the PSC&G, so what I did was I asked the YWCA if they could provide me a copy of what their general operating expenses were under their normal hours of usage. Now, I want to kind of keep in mind that the YWCA is not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison, simply because the YWCA generated an opening from early in the morning to late in the evening. City Hall generally operates from 8:30 to 4:30. Any supplemental programs can be offset by fees and services and or rental. Those are different fees. And as it relates to the YWCA in the most recent years when they were renting out, took in approximately $50,000. Our expected cost in terms of electricity based on the usage on the longer term was roughly about $34,000. As it relates to the water expense, well, the YWCA hadn't paid us water in roughly the last several years, and as you can see attached, that we have a lien against them of roughly about $65,000. Normally in an asset acquisition, one has to think about what would the loss be to the taxpayers if we were acquiring a building that was currently paying us taxes. The difference in this acquisition is that the YWCA doesn't already pay us taxes. So there won't be any loss in terms of a revenue, but there's more greater benefits in terms of the services that the Y can provide us.
And then my last question, I probably have more,
That's okay.
but my last question for now
Okay.
would be, now, is this going to be a partnership with the Orange Board of Education?
No.
Because I know that they have presented information as well with regards to improvements related to the YWCA.
In short, just to clarify in terms of what some of the funding options were, when the opportunity was presented to the city, we looked at all different areas and we reached out to some of our internal stakeholders and some of our external stakeholders. And one of those were the Board of Education. The Board of Education utilized the YWCA in recent years as a resource as it relates to offering a swimming program. Now, the partnership, where you talk about the pool in particular, one of the discussions that we have had, and that has been sort of had preliminary discussions with several members of council, is that the Board of Education has come before the governing body as well as the administration looking for authorization to issue a bond to provide much needed expansion as it relates to our students within the community. Along that bond, they've sort of added an additional $800,000, which they would be looking to sort of invest into the YWCA for a benefit to be able to provide them services. Now, as it relates to what those services are, I can clearly say, with all due likelihood, that $800,000 would go towards the dedication of revitalizing, repairing, and restoring the pool. But it's not a partnership because if they wanted to use it outside of that, certain things can be worked out.
Okay. I think that's my last question for now.
Council President,
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
my follow-up, but in essence, even though it's not a partnership, part of the reason you want is so that the Board of Education can have access if they need it for certain programs.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't deny them that
No.
access.
I think that would be, I can't really even just mention how important the Board of Education would be in this process. The Board of Education, the library, other community stakeholders have an important aspect. I don't think there's been a time where the city has made a request to the Board of Education and they haven't afforded us access to one of the school buildings. And I think it just kind of works in tantamount with one another to be able to work hand to hand. In fact, if you recall last year when we started the all-day summer day camp, that program was run out of one of the school systems. So I see that as a continued partnership.
I have one other. In tab 8, you have outlined the hierarchy for the Y. So all of these people that are here are already employed by the city.
That's correct.
So you wouldn't be adding any additional personnel.
No, there would probably be a restructuring of existing personnel, and as the program grows, if it becomes necessary,
And we can afford it.
If it becomes necessary and we have the financial means to sustain it, then and only then I would recommend that we sort of do so.
I have a question and a comment. It seemed like you and your team put together a well-prepared presentation, and these binders that you just gave us, I feel that we should have gotten these binders like days ago, so we could have had an opportunity to, especially me, I can't speak for everybody, to review what's in the binders. So if there are any questions that we have in here, we could have had more realistic questions. Here it is again. In the 11th hour, we are having a gun put to our head, having to go through this binder of maybe 150 pages. I can't review everything in here the way I could have if I was at home, relaxed, going through this binder. And I don't think that is good managerial execution on the part of the administration, just giving us something in the 11th hour and then want us to vote on something. We should have been given this information days and weeks ago, so we could have back and forth dialogue on issues and questions rather than having things just thrown at us today. I think that's poor taste, and you've been around for a while, and I don't think that you would have want someone to giving you something in the 11th hour and want you to make a decision that will have an everlasting impact on people throughout the city. I understand that everything's time sensitive. I understand that. But we have been dealing with this issue, at least the new council members have been brought up to speed to this issue going back to November, end of November. And then there was no communication from the administration from November up until like now. There were a few meetings that were scheduled, but things happened and those meetings didn't take place. But there was no dialogue. And then now today we're hit with this, and I don't think that it's fair, especially for me, to have to digest all this information and to make a decision that will have, again, like I said, will have a huge impact on the residents of this town and also on the taxpayers of this town.
Councilman Vice President, go ahead.
First of all, thank you very much, Councilman, for acknowledging that my team did put a lot of work and effort into preparing this presentation, and I do apologize not only to the governing body, but to the residents as well. But as you are aware, sometimes things move in real time. Yes, we became aware of this approximately in November. However, during that time, there were several meetings that was discussed and negotiations that were attempted on behalf of the administration and the trustee. Those negotiations broke down, unfortunately, due to a meeting, and the communication between the trustee and the administration ceased because we didn't have any type of opportunity. It wasn't until the last 48 hours that we received notification from the trustee's office indicating that they were willing to sort of move forward if we were serious. In fact, during the letter, the trustee, although I tried to explain to the trustee that the administration was willing to sort of engage and sort of make the necessary recommendations to the governing body, he indicated his dissatisfaction with the governing body in his attempt to explain the severity and the depth of the concern that he had with regards moving forward. So while I do apologize, sir, of why we are just presenting this today, it is not because we weren't willing, did not have the desire or the movement. Unfortunately, we were just moving in the construct of the time that was permitted to us to provide this presentation to you this evening.
I understand that, but when that notification came out that you and your team was going to be on the matters of discussion, at that point in time, whatever information you had, it should have been given to us to start looking at. And I don't think all this was put together in like 2 days.
Well, Councilman, I'm not going to debate that matter with you, sir. I agree with you. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, I didn't want to give you a half-baked cake. And in hindsight, moving forward in the future, I will make sure that I forward information to you as things come in, especially when there's items as significant as this. It's just that, I had been speaking to several members who have either stopped by the office for other various reasons in their course of their official duties, and sort of indicated to them, I'm waiting, I'm hoping that they come forward. And if they do come forward, I want to make sure we moved on this. In fact, when we submitted the resolution downstairs, there were several changes and modifications based on the information that we was receiving. And because there's so many other departments involved in this, in terms of the Improvement Authority, in terms of speaking to bond counsel, in terms of finding out what the best options were, I just wanted to make sure that we had done our proper due diligence. And there's still work to be done. So I assure you that moving forward, I will make sure that I copy all the members necessary so that you will not have that concern moving forward.
In addition to that, again, I thank your team for putting together this presentation. So I'm sure that you guys put together an operating plan for the Y. Can you kind of share that with us?
If you look about the organizational structure in tab 8, and I think one of your colleagues sort of indicated to where in terms of the operational aspect. So what we did was we went and we talked to the various different departments throughout the city. So we talked to the recreation department. We talked to the community services department. We went forward and talked to the police department, the fire department, the planning department, the public works department, the health department, and asked them to look and sort of assess these various different operations within their own department and see how the Y could be a benefit to them if this became an opportunity. Well, as the council knows, that the current health clinic, just for example, downstairs, has a lot of structural issues. We have, crumbling walls down there. We have babies that are coming in there, where we look in the Y and we say there's an opportunity to have a really first-class facility to offer care to our community. As far as the operational aspect, we've talked to the Public Works Department, spoken to Marty Mays over there, had them go through, do a thorough assessment, and saw how would this sort of be incorporated in terms of providing services, in terms of the cleaning or the maintenance of the facility, in terms of the operation and the ongoing activity. Right now we have a recreation department and all of our individuals are either sitting on top of each other, and if you've ever been here during the summer, one could only imagine when you have hundreds, if not hundreds, thousands of young people crammed into the basement of City Hall. So in terms of there being adequate coverage, I think this provides us that growing opportunity. In terms of a structural management style of operation, there's been some internal restructuring. We looked at having a recreation manager sort of govern and operate over there, dividing some of the work responsibilities, holding accountable and restructuring what those classifications would be for these particular individuals, whether it be in senior services, recreation, sports, and programming, sort of establishing and sort of looking at our parks and how we're going to allocate that resource, where the city doesn't have a parking superintendent right now. But it has become even more difficult in just scheduling a game because we have so many different organizations out here with the expansion and the new park over at Monte Irvin, which is mostly commonly referred to as Central Park Playground. There's been an enormous amount of requests, and we need to sort of think about how are we going to service these opportunities.
Yes, Council.
Council Vice President. Growing up in the Y, our city really needs, we need this really bad. Having to spend money in other Ys, I know many South Ward residents, just speaking about the South Ward, spend a lot of money at the Montclair Y, Summit Y, We talk about the camp last year. It had to end, I believe, the first week of August because they had to prepare the schools for camp. And I was at the closing program, and that was the main concern from the parents, that why can't you extend the camp? And, they didn't understand that the school, everyone had to get out to get the school ready for September. So I know that camp go $200-300 a week, and we say what people can afford, but as a parent, you have to make a way for summer camp and things like that. I remember the senior older adults, when my parents were very active in it. They went to Canada with them, and I know the Y, when it was really up and going, had the Zumba. So I'm just ready to spend my money in Orange. I travel to the Montclair Y every Saturday with my kids, and when I talk to South Ward residents, they keep saying that they tie it to crime, and they keep saying that they don't remember crime being so high when the kids had something to do. And we talk about basketball. Some residents feel, oh, basketball, but if it's some sort of training, and if you sneak some sort of job training in there, I don't know. I just feel we need it, and I'm interested to really look through this pamphlet. But my question, it won't be a Y anymore. It'll be the Orange Rec Center. It won't have any affiliation with the Y.
No, it will not be the YWCA.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it'll be the Orange Rec. It'll be something that the city of Orange, it's the next big thing we're talking about.
Because if it was the Y, they wouldn't pay taxes.
We don't pay taxes
Right,
either, and the
right.
Y doesn't pay taxes.
Okay, but it's no,
as
so
well.
it's no difference.
And,
Okay.
and I do want to say that it does not preclude us in the future in moving forward to opportunities. I've gotten letters of interest from Babyland and other nonprofit organizations. Even the Y has sort of expressed interest to say, if the city owns it, is it an opportunity for us to come back and rent space in there?
Okay.
I mean, and you touched on something, and I just want to kind of, let everyone know that in 2014, Orange had not one single murder. And I knock on wood on that. But one of the things that we also want to note is that we had double-digit reductions in crime across the board. Now, one can sort of conclude that our police are doing an outstanding job, and they are. But I will also say, for the first time during that same correlation, we instituted the first all-day summer day camp. We expanded our efforts in recreation. We ran programs. There wasn't a weekend that went by where there wasn't an activity going on in the summer. In fact, I had residents say, what's happening this week? Because there were so many things that was going on. And I think by providing an opportunity for children to not hang out on the streets, have a safe place where they can sort of go to and call their own and be at home in Orange would only be a part of what we've come to know as Orange Pride.
Council Vice President?
Yes.
I think that this is an excellent opportunity for the city of Orange. And primarily because I believe with the right business plan, we can turn this into an actual revenue-driving machine that should help reduce the tax burden that we have been crying about for such a long time. And again, I say with the right business plan. I emphasize that because that's the key to the whole process. I heard Councilwoman Eason mention the seniors being able to utilize the facility. And with that, the question is, with us allowing seniors to use the facility, would that entitle us to certain funding from the state?
Well, there's certain funding opportunities that we could be afforded to, but I just want to kind of, preference that the why, and the reason why I indicated that there's still a necessity for us to sort of partner with external partners such as nonprofit organizations like the Y. The Y and or other organizations, because they're afforded opportunities that as a city we're precluded from. In terms of revenue generating and opportunity with that, I haven't even gone into those particular portions because I think that's evident that as we begin to grow within a year or so, I think there will be significant opportunities. When we think about the cost that we spend right now, we spend approximately anywhere between $10,000 to $20,000 in a year, maybe utilizing other services or sending our residents or sending our seniors out to other facilities. I think we've gotten so far to where we're on a first name basis when you talk about the Elks Club. You know, and it's a shame that we have to go to the Elks Club when we have the opportunity to have a resource right here. And we have to leave at a certain time. We can't do certain things. And, you know, we have to be in there 2 hours. Here we have a gym. We can really turn that place around with the right assistance with our efforts with the Board of Education. Water aerobics can begin again for our seniors, Zumba classes, sports and fitness programs, all of the things that other individuals in other communities have come to expect. We should have that here in Orange. And I think as we continue to grow with all the development that's happening in the city, we're right across the street from the Tony Galenta Plaza, ready to open, the 50 to 55 South Clinton Street, that property, that folks are coming here asking what else is there for us. And I think this is just our answer to respond to say that Orange is on the move.
I think that
Sorry, 50 to 55 South Essex Avenue.
you know, I think the days for municipalities, not only Orange but outside Orange as well, I think those days are pretty much dwindling down to solely relying on taxpayers to continue to carry the city. So we have to really get creative in terms of our way of thinking to drive revenue. And so I think that this is, like I said earlier, I think this is a great opportunity that really shows we're making an effort to think outside of the box. And we can actually learn a number of things from using the example of what our county executive has been doing over the years and how he's been driving revenue for the county and you know, using some Orange to do so. With the rec center, if it is approved by the council to move forward with it, are you just going to limit the use to Orange residents, or is there going to be a stipulation for residents outside of Orange, perhaps increase the fees for those who want to utilize it from outside of Orange?
We've sort of went through and we've looked at a whole number of things, but quite honestly, I just want to say to the public is that we have an Orange first mentality. So as it relates to our general services that we operate, it will become available just to Orange residents in certain areas. There are certain things that Orange residents would not pay for. There are certain things that we are hoping to offer as fee-for-services in the future that Orange residents will receive a discount. I mean, when we talk about something like the summer day camp program, there is nowhere throughout Essex County, or I'd argue anyone to find throughout New Jersey, that they were able to find an all-day day camp where a person got breakfast and lunch from 8:30 to 4:30 and had certified teachers giving them academic instruction from 8:30 to 12:30, and then from 1:30 to 4:30, but it was here, right here in Orange, for $25 a week. And that was subsidized by our taxpayers because taxpayers were saying, what can we do? Now, there's some efforts to kind of revitalize and restructure that because we got parents that came through and asking us and saying, I want it to run longer. You guys did it only for 5 weeks. What about the rest of the weeks? Now I have to go back and try to find a place for my kids that's going to cost me $200 or $300 a week. What can you do to have it start earlier? So we've looked at that. And there's some revenue opportunities where we start to look at morning care for $25, after care for $25, breaking up the sessions. We've partnered with the Board of Education. They've come on board and became a partner with us and decided that they wanted to provide us access to all of their curriculum instruction, sort of put a team together. We've been meeting with them over the last couple of months and working with our summer director for the program, Heather. They sort of kind of put together a program in addition to our Circle of Excellence program to offer a curriculum that's approved by the Board of Education that we can help also improve the test scores of our students. This is all happening now. And this process now would only expand that opportunity.
I have a question for you. During your title search of the YWCA, how will the liens on that property affect the city if we purchase it?
Okay. All right. Without trying to get too technical with regards to it for the general public, now, our negotiations or our contract of purchase as it relates to the Y would be with the trustee, which has all the authority to make all decisions as it relates to the property. there would be no liens on the property if we take possession and ownership. That's a process that actually has to be approved by the bankruptcy court judge.
But at this point in time, we don't know that to be for certain.
No, that is for certain. That's something that whenever we purchase from the trustee, sorry,
I mean, what would happen is the
Alvin
trustee
White, our attorney.
would propose a sale free of liens and encumbrances through the bankruptcy court. So that would be something that he would be trying to get court approval for.
You said trying to get trying, or he was secure?
Well, he has to go before a judge. I mean, he's representing the Y, but a judge ultimately would sign an order authorizing that kind of sale.
But as of tonight, we don't know if that's for certain.
No, I mean, you're not going to know if that's for certain. First, you're going to have to enter into whatever agreements there are going to be, and then that's going to have to be proposed to the bankruptcy court, and it's a process. So, I mean, no sale, I would say, is for certain.
So, just for the record, so potentially, it's a slight chance that if we do enter into an agreement to purchase this, we could possibly be liable for the outstanding liens.
No, we couldn't. There's no possibility of that as we move forward.
I think he's the attorney, and he just kind of said that.
No. I guess what I'm saying is that the trustee would be representing the Y, or the trustee controls the Y's assets, and he would propose a sale that would convey title free of liens and encumbrances. That's what he would be proposing to the court and asking the court to authorize.
Any type of agreement that we would enter into would require the court's approval as well as require the council's approval for it. What we're asking this evening is to enter into a lease arrangement for $100,000 to be appropriated as a part of our capital, a part of our temporary budget in capital improvements, which would then move us to the direction of now sort of moving towards that whole process of working out all of the other portions of the deal. And that includes the trustee accepting the deal, the judge accepting that deal. This buys us the necessary time. It gives him the opportunity to go back. It gives us an opportunity to go back, and that's the part where I talk about, making sure that the due diligence. We're not this evening asking to close on a deal. We're not asking to get $1 million or $1.5 million to then go back to make a purchase, and then we find ourselves stuck with something. There's still some other things that need to be done. One, we need to make sure that our appraisal comes back at those numbers. We need to make sure that our environmental impact study is complete. The judge from the trustee's account agrees to that scale notion. And then at that time, we will come back to the council and say all of these things have been satisfied. And at that point, once the attorneys have gone through their process and the recommendations from the court and the court order has been signed, only then, and then only, can we then sort of secure the acquisition of the property.
Okay, one other question. Did the administration ever consider an open space tax to maintain this property?
An open space tax?
Yes.
I'm not, in terms of, what are you talking about, taxing part of the building?
Open space, like open space, like how, well, we don't do it here, but I know that some other municipalities, they have an open space tax to help maintain their parks and some of their other open spaces.
Well, in terms of looking at any other tax options as it relates to this particular property, the idea that we sort of looked at this was that the property wasn't generating any tax revenue to date. And for us to sort of look at sort of attacking a tax portion to it, and one, if we were purchasing or acquiring, we're tax exempt. So sort of adding that in, it would have to have a usage for a profit entity. And that's not something where it wouldn't be in our line to kind of make that request.
Okay.
To come in and purchase it as a building. It would be it would be no different than us sort of trying to structure a deal to tax part of City Hall. That would be an extension of one of our facilities.
All right. Any other
Counsel,
questions? Yes,
Vice
Council.
President? Yeah. So just a couple of questions.
Sure.
And I think I'm done. My first question is, we're purchasing or we're entering into a lease agreement with the YWCA of Orange or Essex and West Hudson, because that was the former title. So I just want to know that for clarity's
We're
sake.
entering into a lease agreement with the option to purchase with the trustee. The trustee has all the authority on behalf of the YWCA to make all negotiations. Right at this point, they don't have a board,
Okay.
so the trustee has all full authority to make all the decisions,
Okay.
but they have to be approved by the judge. So
Okay.
whatever we do, the trustee works in the best interest of them, but he still has to receive approval from the
Okay.
judge.
Okay. Next question. So what Attorney White was saying is that a bankruptcy judge would have to adjudicate what he is proposing with regards to the liens. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, anything that is attached to the building, with the entire sale, the bankruptcy judge would have to enter an order authorizing that sale, and that would go for a sale to the city, a sale to
Right.
anyone.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is, now I know the YWCA of Essex and West Hudson owns various properties. So when we speak about acquiring the YWCA, are those inclusive of the other properties that they own?
No, this is specifically for the property located at where we commonly know it as the
395
395 Main Street in
I'm
Orange.
intimately familiar with the YWCA. I too grew up there, and I too sat on the board of directors.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Council Vice President, may I ask a couple questions?
Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Willis.
Good evening,
How you doing,
Councilman
sir?
Johnson.
I find myself in another one of those meetings where I feel like I have a 45 Magnum stuck to my head. The last time I was invited to a meeting to discuss this, back in December, the trustee's name is Jay. Do I remember his name?
Just
is
correct,
Jay?
Jay LeBeckin.
Jay LeBeckin. Okay, well, Jay was adamant about that we needed to make a decision in 48 to 72 hours, and that was back in December. And he was throwing out some figures like possibly $1.5 million being the appraised value. And our esteemed mayor indicated to us after he left that somewhere down the line we could probably get that building for $800,000 to $1 million. $800,000 to $1 million. And now we have this meeting today, 4 months later, and the true appraisal comes through at 1.87, and we're looking to get it at 1.5. So those negotiated figures that we're talking about in December are no longer in play. My main concern is the financial impact that this is going to have overall is not, I can't see anywhere in your presentation that you captured how this thing's going to look, just from a model standpoint on where we will be a year or 2 years from now, on all the monies that is going to be spent to get this to the place where everybody wants it. And not really have an opportunity to review this packet and thoroughly. I think that's what's missing for me, to see the big picture, to see, we already know that the Board of Education is going to be issuing want some money to possibly increase their Board of Education tax levy, which that's going to be punted to the taxpayers in Orange. I can't see this not going down with an increase in the tax levy for the municipal side also. Maybe not this year, but for the next year.
Well, Councilman, just
Sure.
for clarity on that particular point, and just two before I lose sight of some of the comment that you made with regards to it being something at the last minute. As I indicated to Council Vice President Coley, when we had that meeting in December, and I was a part of that meeting in December, all negotiations and conversations ceased. Mr. LeBeckin was very clear at that particular meeting that he was going to move forward, that he was under an immense amount of pressure from the bankruptcy judge to make a decision to dispose of the liens and the assets that were levied against the lien holders. And it was at that time they were speaking based on unfounded information. Since that time, a true appraisal has come forward. So the idea of what one thought the building might have been worth came back and said the building was worth almost twice as much what we expected based on the comps that we received from other neighboring buildings. So, and then compounded on that was that there was no communication, or let's just say it wasn't because there wasn't an interest on our part. But at that point, Mr. LeBeckin was so disturbed with the governing body at that particular point that he moved to go in and negotiate with other individuals. His effort of coming to the city was that he realized that this was a value that the city may not want to lose and wanted to give us an opportunity. It wasn't just until recently, as within the last 48 hours, that we received the letter saying that this could move forward. There was conversations that went back and forth, but never the documentations. And I just want to kind of just use this moment to also note that we talk about my team. You know, I just want to kind of thank Kamila, who also worked diligently on helping prepare this process, and the individuals in the finance department. So to you all, you guys did the yeoman jobs. I just wanted to publicly thank each and every one of them with that. But that was the issue as it relates to the time restraint. If we had had it in December and there was an effort to do it, we would have been discussing this. I would have been able to provide this to you. But unfortunately, when it gets to a situation where a trustee acquires the property, they sort of handle it almost like a short sale. If you don't have the money to move on it, you don't have the time to do it, we don't have the ability to kind of just wait. You know, if there was other facilities throughout the city that had a pool, that had a gym, that had space and offices, we can be a little bit more selective and take more time to kind of go out and sort of evaluate and say, well, we may want to go with it or may not want to go with it. But they have us at this particular point to say, if this is something the city wants, you know, time is, and he doesn't have the time.
Well, Mr. Edwards, the meeting that I'm referring to in December that I was called in on, I'm hearing about this wire situation for the first time, and you have a bankruptcy trustee asking me to make a decision in 48 hours on something that I don't fully understand. Now, he can be upset with the governing body, but I'm just telling you the reality behind it. This guy's talking about, you guys got to buy this building in 48 to 72 hours, and I'm not even knowing what the city's going to use the building for. So he can be upset that the governing body didn't move, but it's the reality. Like I said, the big picture for me is just the overall big picture of what the city wants to do, not just buy the building. What is the financial impact? And you probably could have put it, for as long as you guys been trying to figure out what you want to do with the Y, you could have crunched some numbers to really tell us what the deal is.
I tried to
whether or not the pool's going to be adequate enough for a varsity football team. For a varsity swim team. Is the pool capable of handling that now? Or are we talking about renovation, or are we actually putting on a whole new pool? Are we going to have locker rooms for both men and female? I mean, what's the cost of that? I don't see any dollar amount for the big picture. And I think that's what the taxpayers need from us.
Councilman Johnson, you know, I'm definitely not one to disagree with the questions that you ask. I just simply ask for your patience in sort of addressing some of those concerns. One, as it relates to the financing and what that impact I've sort of alluded to earlier and sort of directly kind of answered that, is that we went to Dita Lurch, we went to Frank McNerney, and the financing proposal, if we had moved back in December, I think there was a different mindset on how we were going to sort of finance this. And I thought at that time, I think things happened for a reason, because it gave us some more time and some opportunity to look at some of the clarity and sort of say, what can we use right now to sort of leverage this opportunity. And what we found is that the lease agreement with the County of Essex, as it relates to the reservoir, provides us the excellent opportunity so that there's a minimum impact in terms of the financial bottom line to the city's operating budget. We're talking about a loan payment that would be virtually covered by payments that we currently are under obligation to receive. So for all intents and purposes, that $75,000 would go towards that. And if you look at the resolution, it talks about that specifically. And I know that was a question I think maybe you raised or one of your colleagues raised was in previous discussions was, if we receive the money, is that money going to be used for any other purpose other than a designated purpose? And I think there could not be anything better than designating that resource, such as the Orange Reservoir, which I'd like to also say within 14 years is an opportunity for it to come back to the city, revitalize, re-beautiful, and also use that money to leverage the purchase of a new facility. So in terms of what the long-term implications are, I think we go in with the prospect of making sure we have this solid plan that we have now. And in terms of things, in terms of the nuances of what color the locker rooms will be or whether the boys or the girls, I think those are things that we have to build out as the need becomes necessary. I know there's some visions from other individuals who've discussed that we need to do certain things, but we have to grow with what our finances allow us to do and not grow beyond that.
I'm finished, Councilman Vice President.
I thought I was finished, but I'm not, Council Vice President.
Yes, Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
Okay, so a couple of things, Deputy Business Administrator, Mr. Edwards. What was the $75,000 used for the last 2 years from the reservoir?
For the last 3 years, it's just been added into our general operating expenses.
Okay.
So we just calculate that as a part of revenue.
Right. And so we no longer need that, and that will no longer be calculated in the budget that we just received?
No, we're calculating this initial $75,000, which we can dedicate towards our capital improvement. The process that we recognize is that in 2014, we sort of launched the initiative of our all-day summer camp, which I've heard me talk about, where we've received revenue coming in, and that helps supplement the salaries. Well, in year 2, this year, if we have the opportunity, we can restructure this whole process, and we don't have to we can double what we have by just simply moving into, instead of having it at the school, having it at the YWCA. Those resources that come in can be dedicated towards it. And I think the question that I really want to kind of address when we talk about the finance aspect of it, you know, I've gone throughout this city and I've gone to community meeting after community meeting, and I've heard residents say, what am I getting for my tax dollars? And this is an opportunity for us to sit back and say, you have a place that you can call home. You have a place that you can go. This is something real, something tangible that we can say, this is where your tax dollars are going. So in terms of what's the cost-benefit analysis, I don't think we can afford not to do it.
Okay. So, and in some respects, I agree with you. The community does need something like a community center, and I, probably more than others, or maybe not, would love to see the YWCA come back as something that's sustainable and a vital part of the community. But having said that, I also have an aversion to debt. So what would really, I guess, help me understand this project in a fiscal perspective would be some kind of impact study. I did see that you had the projected utilities in here. I did see that, and I also saw the comparative analysis with other facilities of similar size and specs. But what really works for me is an amortization scale or some kind of payback debt instrument, so that I know when we're out of the debt of this and that this is truly an asset. So, just food for thought.
Well,
I'll speak like Ms. Stewart.
You know what I'll say, Councilwoman, you know, definitely your questions that you're speaking is definitely coming from my heart in terms of, being a finance person. I'd love to kind of provide you a long-term analysis on some of those things. The simplicity of it, is that the lease is going to sort of subsidize, 90% of this project as it goes forward. And when I talk about the lease, I just want to be clear, the reservoir lease would sort of, pick up 90% of this purchase. In terms of what that deal is, we don't have to, sort of commit to, what color the drapes are going to be tonight. But what we can do is sort of move through with a commitment to say that this is a process that's not going to be solved tonight. And I hear your questions loud and clear, and I will make sure that we shepherd those things as we move forward towards the finalization of actually receiving the authorization to purchase. Tonight, I'm coming here asking that we move for the $100,000 so that I can begin that process on a lease, so that I can go into the negotiations and let them know that we are serious about this effort. But we have some concerns too, and those concerns need to be answered, because I have to, at the end of the day, be responsible. My fiduciary responsibility is to the taxpayers of the city of Orange Township, as well as this governing body.
Okay, and so, and my final comment, I think, is, how do I want to say this? Oh, maybe I'll just keep it to myself. Never mind. I'll keep it to myself.
Okay, I have a comment. Right now, I would like, first of all, are there any more comments or questions from the governing body? All right, I feel we are in uncharted territory. The last time that I can remember that the city was in the position to purchase a major property within the city was when I was in third grade, when I was 8 years old, when the armory closed, and now it's the Montclair Child Development Center. I feel that right now we should suspend the rules, and I would like to take at least 5 questions or comments from the public to see how they feel, because we have all the people here in the room that can answer all our financial questions about this issue. Are there anyone from the public that has a question about this? Motion to suspend the rules?
Second.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Johnson. Second by Councilman Summers. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there any, I'm gonna take just five, I'm gonna recognize, just come up, Mr. Fells, one.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, local business owner and a attorney located at 268 Main Street.
Just for the record, we're gonna just give you 5 minutes.
I understand.
Okay. All right.
Part of it, we have not had an opportunity to look at the book. And maybe you may clarify the procedure, because what I've been hearing for the last, let's say, hour, I don't know if ties into the resolution that was contained in the packet. Now, if I hear the word lease, we're talking about lease being the use of the payments. I mean, clarify, I think the public needs to know what you're doing today. What is your intention? Because I agree that we don't know, based on what's hearing, is what is the protocol. Because you have to remember, I was a bankruptcy attorney. Any offer that you make will be subject to higher and better offers. So there's a risk that someone might offer $2 million and the bankruptcy judge might have to take that offer. But to understand what is the administration actually asking for, because what they're asking, what I've heard tonight, is not what's in the resolution. Because the resolution says they want you to approve tonight the acquisition of the purchase. If it is to enter into negotiations with the pledge of allocating $75,000 of this year's reservoir lease, that's different. You know, that's what I think what I was hearing. I think we need to be very clear and explicit what is going to happen tonight. And I think it's very important. I'm going to compliment various council members saying that we need to have more financial understanding of long-term consequences, where they are, because money is fungible. taking $75,000 from the reservoir lease that went into the general budget, if that money's not there because it's being used for the Y, we still have to fill in that hole of $75,000 that we used in the past. So don't say this is not going to be a tax-free event. We're going to have to make up that hole. And I just want everyone to understand, it needs to be clarified. I mean, we hear the objective. No one disputes the objective of providing rec services to the city. No one disputes that. Everyone welcomes that objective. The question is, how do we get there? And I think we need to know that all the steps are there, because too many times in the last 8 years I've been aware of, people made promises and they haven't occurred, whether they're long-term tax abatements. Let's make sure what our costs are tonight and what specifically the administration is asking for us tonight. And if they are just asking for an allocation of monies, can that be done by resolution, or does that have to be done by ordinance? You have a legal opinion as to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Yes, Ms. Yes, Bradshaw.
Good evening, Larissa Bradshaw, 648 Berkeley Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity. I thought that was a great idea to be able to allow us to ask some questions. I, too, was a board member with Ms. Council President some years ago, and these are my 4 points I made, Mr. Edwards, during the presentation, is definitely we have to have a detailed cost-based analysis. We haven't seen the material, so Mr. Feld's correct about that, and the analysis might be able to take place. But if I recall, during the years I was a board member, the cost of the repairs were exorbitant to the point that we could not fix that roof. It was so expensive. So in that cost-based analysis, we should be able to see, and we might not have that yet, but we should be able to see exactly what those repairs, not the value of the building, but the cost of the repairs once we own that building. Very critical. I also would like to see what's the maintenance requirement for this building. That was another thing that's very exorbitant for us as board members. Keeping it up every day the way we wanted to welcome the public, to have those programs. On the other hand, I must say that this is something the community's been asking for since I've moved into Orange, which was about 25 years ago. So if this is the place, this is the time, it will be worthy of us. So the big question is there a rush tonight for this to happen tonight? Have we missed something critical if this does not happen tonight? And we need to know what that decision would be for us if we don't do this tonight. So the 4 points: cost-based analysis, fiscal impact, repair cost, maintenance cost, and that should be able to give us some good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Myers. And then we're going to go to next person.
Bruce Meyer, Berkeley Avenue. Getting the Y is a wonderful idea. It's something that the city needs. The recreation program is something that keeps kids off the street, is a valuable program. But to have somebody say, with all this beautiful artwork here, that they only got this idea, they only got to this point 48 hours ago, and could only present this in the last, right at the evening of the meeting, is beyond. I don't believe it whatsoever. The fact is, the process is as important as reaching the goals. In terms of financing of this thing, I've been trying for 5 years to see the financing of the recreation department and how those programs go. People pay money. How much money are we getting for these programs? How much is the taxpayer? How much is it paid for by the users? So if you're going to go, basically you're going into business replacing the YWCA, so you better know what the costs are going to be going forward, have an idea of what kind of fees and things, expected revenues coming in here, but this last minute presentation with no information and dancing around the issues, I find insulting as a taxpayer, and I think that the council should consider it insulting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Good evening, Murphy Wilson. I agree with the points that have been raised by prior persons, and I am also very, very concerned about the fiscal impact. It's a great idea, it's a great concept, But before this council votes on it at all, you should see an itemization of estimates to repairs to the building, because we've heard for years about the horrific costs to repair the pool or the roof, as Ms. Bradshaw mentioned, and anything else in there. What are the ongoing costs to keep that up? And I remember in prior years in budget hearings, hearing about the costs of maintaining so many pools in this city. I also remember hearing how when we talked about having the school, Main Street School, that was supposed to be the community center. I remember hearing all that conversation, so I don't know where that went. Another question that I have is, if we were to do this $100,000 lease, the city spends that money, and then if we're outbid, what happens to, what happens? Is that just sunk cost? And a key question that I have is, what is the opportunity cost? Because this property has been tax exempt. Now you're talking about the city acquiring it for, of course it's going to be tax exempt. But now if a private entity like Rossi buys it, now it's taxable property again. And that's revenue. That's real serious revenue. Commercial property, main drag, downtown Orange. And why wouldn't we try to support Orange business? Tax-paying business. What is that opportunity cost? If we do this, it's tax exempt and it's a serious drain. Whether it comes from the municipality or the school, they're still funded by us, the taxpayers. If it is a private entity and it becomes a taxable property again, well, now that's totally reversed. I'd like to know what that opportunity cost is. But before we do entertain anything, everyone on this council, as well as the public, should have the opportunity to digest all this information. That is insulting that this is sprung on you at the last minute. That, I think that is just completely reckless to make a decision one way or another without having more time on this.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Bill Lewis.
Thank you, Council President. My name is William Lewis. I live at 688 Mosswood Avenue in the city of Orange. And I say ditto to all the remarks that were made before this. But the other thing that comes to mind, I have two children. Well, they're adults, but they were children at one time. And very good. Both of them made who's who. And they said they wanted a Bentley. That's it. That's really nice. Only one problem. We can't afford Bentleys. So we didn't do it. What I've heard here tonight, I mean, you've seen the signs around in industry. Your poor planning doesn't make for my emergency. And to give somebody 150 pages of material and expect them to digest it and be able to ask creative questions is somewhat beyond the ken. And the mere fact, the other side of the coin is, the mere fact that someone presents something doesn't mean that you have to vote for it unless you're prepared to do that. And you need to exercise that. But again, you have to look at the cost studies that were mentioned. That's very critical. And again, remember in some of my articles in the papers, I talked about watch out for politicians who talk about let's take care of the seniors and the children. Chances are they don't have any data to back up their efforts, and they're trying to play a game with you. So just keep that in mind as you go about your duties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right, there any other questions before I turn it back over to our Deputy BA?
Yes, Council Vice President. With regards to the actual resolution, as I read the title, it doesn't clearly specifically say that this is a lease and how long it's going to be leased. It talks more toward entering to an agreement to purchase the building and the premises and authorizing the transfer of rental proceeds from the Orange Reservoir, part of that lease agreement. But it doesn't specifically spell out that this is going to be a lease and how long the lease will be, just the terms of the lease.
So what I'm hearing from the Deputy BA, this is negotiations, not to enter into a lease agreement.
It's, just for clarity, shall I sort of respond?
Yeah, please, thank you.
First and foremost, let me just thank those members from the general public and those external stakeholders who raised their concerns and questions as it relates to this particular project. I also agree with all of your comments that this is a necessary opportunity that the city should not just kind of enter into lightly, nor lose this opportunity. Just to kind of first kind of talk about, because I think it ties right into Jeffrey Fell's question with regards to what exactly is it that's being requested, and is it different from what was submitted prior to this evening's meeting. And if you notice to the binders that were given out to you, the lease agreement came up after the time we got some clarity from the state in terms of what was permissible in terms of the agreements on how we can utilize the resources that we had to expend, and we added the language for the lease in your binders. So the resolution is in your binder, which talks specifically about this being a lease. The lease option that we're referring to is that the administration would go into a less than a 1-year lease at a cost of $100,000. The proposed price for the property is $1.5 million. The $100,000 under the New Jersey state statute, we can't give them money for property that we don't have the ability to sort of enter to and to purchase. So what we did was we said to the trustee, what we will do is we'll lease the property for a period of no greater than a year while the municipality negotiates and works through the remaining terms to acquire the necessary funding to make the purchase at your requested price, given if that's the price that we arrive to. And in doing so, that $100,000 would be reduced from whatever the purchase price would be. So that just kind of clears up that first question in terms of, you know, what lease, what do you have in front of you in terms of that. And then just to kind of go through some of the questions, or go through all the questions that were raised by the respective individuals who came up this evening, in terms of Mrs. Larissa Bradshaw, who I think brought some significant questions and some important things. Hi, Larissa. I see there were some concerns about the repairs, and if you kind of go back, you served on the board at the Y several years ago, quite some time ago. Since then, significant repairs have been repaired to the building. And as a result of, some of the repairs they may have made, they received a number of grants. So the roof was one of them that was repaired. Some of the structural things that were sort of needed inside was done. And if you go through the Y now, you'll see that there has been a revamping of that whole entire area from where it didn't once before. So when the Y had it, they made a number of repairs to the facility from those years past. So those are things that we don't have to worry about today in terms of what needs to be done. In terms of the maintenance, and talked about the maintenance as it relates to the upkeep. Again, I kind of speak to, the YWCA as an entity having the staffing to sort of maintain that facility. Well, it's always a different thing when you have on-site staff. We have a maintenance department. Our maintenance department can assume responsibilities to kind of do additional work, which we're already paying for. As it relates to the questions, I think I've answered the first questions. As it relates to the financing aspect that was also raised by Mr. Bruce Meyer. But I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Meyer, as it relates to replacing the Y. This is not an effort to replace the Y. This is an effort to expand the recreation department, to provide better services to our senior services division. So this is not a replacement of the Y, and I want to kind of be clear about this. Although the Y has worked in Tenenbaum with the city for over 25 years. It is my hope that they may come back as a partner in the near future to offer these services once again. And to Mrs. Murphy's point, the first two in terms of the impact and the opportunity costs, that was something, Ms. Murphy, that we kind of looked at and we sort of said, if we allow this building to kind of go back on to, or see if it goes onto the tax roll, what would the city really benefit? So in terms of the property lot size, we're talking about less than $100,000 in tax revenue. Now, that is a significant number. But when we talk about what the impact would be as it relates to the community and the needs, you also indicated that you've been in this community for over 25 years. Oh, I'm sorry, one of your colleagues sort of indicated that they had been in this community for over 25 years. I'm not sure if you are new to the city or not, but in the time that you have been here, we haven't had that resource available in this opportunity. So in terms of the cost, opportunity, you're absolutely right. The question that the council has to declare this evening is whether or not that's an opportunity that they feel that, investing back into the community and giving the residents of the city of Orange who pay taxes, who use these services, this as an addition to say this is something that we are reinvesting back into the community is a decision for our governing body, and I'll leave that to them to make. I hope that they are swayed by this presentation to do the latter. And as it relates to Mr. Lewis, in terms of putting forward some of the information, Mr. Lewis, I regard you in many aspects to understand the due diligence necessary to provide. And while I appreciate the compliment that this was a lot of work that was kind of going into it, but folks burned the midnight oil to try to make this happen. As far as time goes in government, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury all the time to sort of have all of the components. And as you're dealing with this, and if anyone here has ever been through something like a short sale, you understand that where it may take you 6 months or 9 months to do a regular home purchase, on a short sale, they may give you 30 days or 60 days. And the question that was raised, if we didn't do this tonight, what would happen? Well, I'll just tell you quite simply, if we don't make a deal tonight, Mr. LeBeckin has made it very, very clear. This is not our first bite at the apple. This is our last bite at the apple. If we don't move on this as a community, we will not have this opportunity again.
Are there any other questions, comments from the governing body?
Council Vice President, as I indicated, I'm concerned about the body and the language in the resolution itself. It doesn't clearly specify that we will be entering into a lease for 12 months. Well, I'm looking at the amended resolution, 1112, 2015.
It's section 2 in the binder?
In the binder, but this is what we're voting on, not the binder.
Right, exactly. Right. And I have some concerns about the binder version.
So we should be amending?
We should be amending the resolution to coincide with the resolution in the binder. And again, I offer my deepest apologies as it relates to making sure, because, sometimes when you send out a request, we were back and forth with the state, we were back and forth with other entities, up until I think about 6 o'clock this evening, I was on the phone with bond counsel, and bond counsel was saying, well, no, you can't do it this way. It has to be done this way. And we wanted to make sure it's right. And he says, well, I've been waiting for you since 11 a.m. this morning. He says, well, I wanted to make sure when I got you the information, I got you the right information. So the effort of entering into a lease agreement is for the purpose of us to also then negotiate. This is not the only time the public nor this legislative body will have the opportunity to go into discuss, debate, look at some of the things, answer some of the questions before we make that significant $1.4 million investment. There will be time to do that. It's just that we don't have the time now. We need to kind of make a decision right now on what we're going to do. And if we find ourselves in a position where we don't need to do that, we don't want to move on that, unfortunately, we will lose out on this opportunity. They have waited patiently, and unfortunately, we don't have any more time on our clock.
Yes, Councilwoman Grunt Butler.
Councilwoman?
Yes. Okay. So I am looking at that actual resolution, and it does look like this is entering into a contractual agreement. But I do have concerns under whereas number 4 and whereas number 6, because as someone proposed, what would happen if the lease agreement did not work out, and it looks like we would forfeit our $100,000 and potentially an additional $50,000 if we choose to extend the lease another 6 months. I just want to make sure that my understanding of those two whereases is correct.
Yeah, I think and I just want to clarify understanding why that is the way that it is. In the way the trustee wanted to have language, and initially his proposal was for 150, and I told him, I said, I can't get 150, but I can go back and ask reasonably with a sound sense of fiscal stability that we can sort of ask for 100,000. And his position was that I have real offers on the table for this building, and it wouldn't be prudent for me to kind of go before the judge with these offers available to me if the city just decided at a later moment that they no longer wanted to be a part of this deal, that there had to be some real reason. It gives us some wiggle room on both sides for us to both do it. It's not like we're going to go in and we're not going to have use of the building. If the council moves forward with this and we have the appropriations to do this evening, tomorrow we can contact Mr. Lubekin, enter into it, hope by week's end start planning and start moving forward with it and start utilizing the facility. So we'll have some access to, we'll have total access to use of the building. You know, however, we'll also be using that opportunity to continue to negotiate, and although his timeline is a lot shorter than our timeline, I want to make sure that we still have everything in order so that we can answer the questions necessary that have been raised here and provide as much information to the public so the public can sort of understand what their desires are. And I think I've heard that uniformly among most of all the comments that I've heard this evening and in the previous years, that the city does need it. They just wanted to make sure that we can afford how we get it and that we're doing this in the most respectful way possible, and I want to make sure that happens.
Any other questions? Now, how are we the language of this resolution?
It would have to be ratified.
They're ratifying it, and they talk about it in the council meeting. They're working on it now.
Okay.
We're still in the first conference portion.
Say again?
We're still in the conference portion, so they're gonna work on it and bring it back on the council meeting.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding this?
Council,
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
I just want Mr. Willis to clarify. They talk about the renovations to the Y. I don't know if anyone has visited it lately, but the basketball court and the ceiling has been completed.
Yes.
There's been so much, I mean,
Exactly.
you know, there, oh, sorry.
I just don't want that to be that there's a lot of work to be done. It's supposed to right now be a turnkey operation
It is.
because of the repairs that I guess Ms. Bradshaw talked about in her term. I wish she had visited before she came here tonight, and she would have seen that the basketball courts, the ceiling has been, the roof has been completed, and most of the renovations are done. So it's really a turnkey operation right now.
The kitchen.
Because there has been a lot of volunteers in there working on the Y to upgrade it and repair all of those things that were wrong. So it has been cleaned, all of the work has been done, so it's really not a lot of renovations that need to be done right now. Mr. Edwards can clarify that.
I'll use this opportunity to say, no, the councilwoman is absolutely right. It looks really good, and all that the Y is missing right now. And let me just kind of speak into existence that all that Orange Rec is missing right now is the children and the people of the community.
Are there any other questions besides the clean up your language for this resolution?
There will be other times, I'm sure, to be voted on separately, so there will be.
Second?
I'm sure this will be voted on separately, so there will be an additional opportunity for questions to be asked.
All right. If there's no further questions for Deputy Administrator Willis, I thank you and your team for this update.
Thank you very much, and it's my hope that the council moves forward on that portion tonight.
And I want to thank the public for your comments regarding the Y. Thank you.
Again, I'm here before you.
Are you doing a parking meter presentation?
I'm doing part of the parking meter.
And how long is that presentation?
That, I think we can be done in 3 minutes.
Okay, parking meter presentation. And I just want to put, just for clarity on the record, so people know, tonight we also have a request to introduce the budget. And there will be another opportunity, I'm sure, to pull us off and have the additional questions once a better document is before this governing body. But there, in terms of accepting and introducing the budget, our director of finance has had death in his family, and he has to leave to prepare to go home to fly out of the country by 10 o'clock p.m. So I just want us to keep those things in front of us, that people are not leaving because they don't want to be here. They do have some responsibility and things that, as Mr. Mack, that are beyond his control. Mr. Edwards?
Just in short, as it relates to the parking meters, there's been a significant amount of concern as it relates to the revenue. The city of Orange collected approximately $100,000 in total revenue from parking meters in 2011 and 2012. In 2013, the city saw a decline that went from $100,000 to roughly $50,000. That decline is in part due to the disrepair of the parking meters. The parking meters have not been in optimum condition for approximately 10, 15 years, and every year it has sort of fallen in deeper disrepair to where we're only operating right now at less than 10% of all our parking meters throughout the city is actually working. We collect approximately $60,000 in parking meter fees on the roughly 10 to 15% of the meters that are actually working. It is our effort as we go forward. Sorry, Council President. It is
just do it sideways, so you
okay.
Yeah,
it is our effort that we will be going out for an RFP to replace all of the parking meter heads. We will straighten out the poles, do all of the parking meter heads, and by replacing them, then realize some revenue. And then also come before you guys to also discuss that we would probably need to increase approximately 2 or 3 part-time additional staff members to do the collection and enforcement that the administration has looked into, and we're continuing to look in to sort of not using police officers in particular, but having ticket agents to provide us the enforcement aspect of it. So sort of wrapping that in. Okay? And I'm going to bring up Chris Mobley for a big portion of this if he needs to, but I think I've said everything that he has to say.
You want Mr. Mobley to speak first? Mr. Mobley can speak. Come on, Mr. Mobley, come on.
Yeah. I don't know what else you need to say.
Do you have any, you want him to answer the questions?
We're staying here on the ready, but I've said everything that we've sort of prepared to say.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
When we were in Atlantic City at the League of Municipalities, they were saying that if our poles were like over 10 or 15 years, we would have to replace the poles in order to use the new systems like East Orange has, where you say like Spot A, or you can do the app to be able to pay for it. They were saying our poles would have to be replaced too. Are you saying that type of system, or you're continuing the coin system?
We're looking at a multitude of different opportunities. Our hope is to go out and have a system that accepts coins, accept credit cards, also has the capacity to have mobile reloading, but use our existing structure. And although at the League of Municipalities there was one particular firm, but we have been able to research that there are a number of firms that provide this service.
Okay, just checking.
And it doesn't mean that we're not going to replace some, yes.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that we're not going to replace some poles, because some poles, I mean, they totally bent down. And then it's going to be something that we kind of come back to you again, which we brought before this body once before, is us going to the internet base to provide residents an opportunity to pay online.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yeah, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Mobley, explain, Councilwoman Summers Johnson asked about East Orange. East Orange was not, the system that they had was not an option, I don't think, because it really doesn't really work. I mean, we need something that really works, and I guess what he's talking about is just replacing the heads on the poles that are existing, but being able to have them to handle credit cards and with smart cards.
Smart cards,
and an
credit
option
cards,
to take
cash,
coins.
a number of
Because
different.
if you know these storms in that system, you have to put your money in, get the ticket, walk back to your
Okay,
car.
so let me change it. Let me say South Orange then, because South Orange Village.
I've never do.
Yeah,
I
South
used
Orange.
the one in Newark, which
Okay,
I thought was
South
free.
Orange Village. You can pay with your credit card, and you can do everything at the little booth, and you have to put the number in the space that you're in. So it might be a little different than Central Avenue. I've used that one before, but I'm thinking most recently was South Orange Village, and you could use the app, or you could use the credit card, or you could use money for the space.
I think Bloomfield has that same one where you can just put the money in
Okay.
and just put in, and so does Newark.
Okay.
And you just put in your spot number.
Right.
But they were looking more to save some money and get it done quicker.
Okay.
It's just to use the existing poles,
Mhm.
put new heads up there, make sure they all work.
Right.
But you have an option to use a coin, your credit card, because we know a lot of people are not going to have a credit card.
Right.
So it's easy to make sure we can still put coins in there.
Okay.
I just want to also note that in both cases, they both have authorities, parking authorities. So it's a different structure.
Right, yeah, they
it's,
do.
it's much more
Yeah,
expensive.
they do have parking.
Council President. So what you're doing now is just going to be a Band-Aid, or is that going to be something permanent?
No, it's not a ban. It's a whole new operational process. It's just that we're just using existing poles, replacing some of the poles that we need to replace. But we're going to have an up-to-date system, be able to generate tickets and have all the other bells and whistles. It just won't be one of those pay stations. And the problem also with those pay stations, if one of those pay stations go down, you lose the whole section.
That's true. Happened in East Orange. Oh, one other quick question, Councilwoman.
Oh, Councilman Corbett, were you finished?
I think he jumped in when I was still.
No, I had it first. Thank you.
That's true.
I mean, I like the Newark idea of where you have the pole, and you have 3 or 4 spaces tied to that pole. The drawback, of course, is if that meter goes down, then you lose revenue on the 4. The settlement to that is to get that pole fixed as soon as it goes down.
Right.
That's the solution
would need
to
a
it.
parking authority.
Would we be in a position to do that? But even looking further, this is just Main Street. We still have other areas that we have to attack.
No, this is citywide.
Oh, okay.
This is citywide. This is not a Band-Aid approach to just address maybe 3 or 4 areas. This is to replace all 400 plus parking meters throughout the city.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Council President.
Any other questions? Councilman Johnson? Oh, I'm sorry, I'll come back to you, Councilman.
I'll defer.
This one.
Go ahead, Councilman.
The collection piece of it, the coins that's gonna be collected, you going to have special people doing that so that we can make sure we account for the money?
Yes, and that's one of the things I kind of alluded to in terms of needing at least 2 or 3 additional personnel to address that. And I'm looking at the model, and we've spoken to a number of parking authority experts, whether it be from Newark, whether it be from South Orange, that are showing profitable gains. And they've all recommended the same thing as us sort of looking at maybe 1 internal person and maybe the other individuals being part-time individuals to provide those services.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, Mr. Mobley. I spoke to Mr. Edwards already. I appreciate you guys giving us this verbal presentation and preliminary. But what I like to see going forward is the big picture. You got a brilliant idea going to attack this thing citywide, and I would hope you would look for more spaces to possibly include while you're in this venture, not just replacing what we have now. But I would literally like to see where we were a couple of years ago to where we will be a couple of years from now in a full study. It doesn't give me a report of maybe a dozen pages, but I'd like to see something in black and white on what you're really trying to get at with this parking. Okay?
We can definitely provide you a copy. We have a copy of that. Today was just a part of the discussion, but as we move forward, the effort is so that we're not back into a wreck situation, but we kind of have the discussion prior to. We'll provide you with some of those questions that you've asked, answers to your questions, so that when we're ready to come before you, you'll have all of the things necessary to make a decision with that. But there was a study that was commissioned on that.
Council President.
Councilman Corbett?
One other question as it relates to these meters. I mean, I think we all understand how we got into this predicament. The meters went down, and for whatever reason, no one decided to replace them as they went down. That's why we have so many that's not working. So what is the plan going forward? That when a meter is no longer operable, what's the turnaround time? What's the cost involved? I mean, is there some sort of an agreement that we have with the provider?
One of the things that
Just aren't you going to put a full plan before us? This is just in writing?
yeah, it's just a verb,
Okay.
just coming to you
All
to do an update. Ideally, the equipment that we would hope to get from, and we've met with many of the potential vendors, but they have technology today that all of these meters, whatever kind of meter you have, the technology today will allow us to be in the office here at City Hall and be alerted by the meter itself that it is down. And we will be immediately able to dispatch somebody to go and repair that meter. So the downtime will be very, very minimal.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilwoman Butler?
Yes, just a quick comment. I think that this is long overdue, and I know Mr. Mobley has worked on this for a while now. So I'm looking forward to the full presentation, and especially the cost-benefit analysis. But I think that this is revenue that has not been recouped in quite some time. So I'm looking forward to seeing that become a revenue-generating process again. So thank you.
And are there any other questions? My question, and Mr. Mobley, I've talked to you for several years, it was doing a pseudo parking authority so that you can get some numbers together to show us what revenue looks like. So is it your intent to create this pseudo parking authority, or when you come before us, you're going to want to create a parking authority at the same time? No. I'm asking you. Because one of the things that Mr. Edwards stated was that both the two municipalities they talked to, and you made just a statement that they had parking authorities. Now, I don't know if you made that statement to let us know that that's the road that you intend to take. That the administration intends to take.
No, I think that was a proposal that was put through initially, and there were members of the governing body who had reservations about it. And in an effort to move this process forward, I don't want to kind of belabor that particular effort. Maybe sometime down in the future, if the will of the body changes. But right now, I want to realize the revenue opportunities that exist right now, and this is the best way to kind of get that now.
Councilman Corbett, was you raised? Oh, you just raised?
No, I was waving.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, Council President, do you still require my presence?
I would say to sit here through the citizens' questions just in case.
Okay, thank you.
I need a motion to it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Are there any resolutions and ordinance to be presented for tonight's meeting that attach to a regular meeting agenda that any council member wishes to discuss? Any resolution or ordinance that you wish to discuss? And I would like to say that I don't believe the council, has the council received the modified 2-2015? The clerk's office, I apologize. Have y'all received the modified 2-2015? No, we have not received. There was supposed to be a, Mr. Harris, would you?
In your packet.
The modified one? No.
It says amended on top on the right hand side.
2-2015? No. Mr. Harris, could you come to the table?
The doggies?
I went to my file and
there's
pulled
two
the
for the
original
dogs.
Right, that's
because I
what we
couldn't
have.
find it.
You got 2 for the doggies.
Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity to make
They're
the
yours.
necessary amendments and send them over to the clerk's office as of yet?
I'm sorry.
The one.
Yes, Madam President. That has been in discussion with the law department, specifically Mr. Smith, and we do anticipate being able to recommend to the council that we can recommend to the council that it can be lifted from the table tonight and rejected with a new ordinance to be presented prior to the next meeting, or if the council wishes to leave it tabled, we can have the amended ordinance by the next meeting.
Okay, so we have not gotten the amended one. Okay.
No, ma'am.
And were there any other amended ones that we were supposed to get? So that was it.
To my knowledge, Madam President, that was it.
Councilmember, any resolution and the ordinances that you would like to discuss at this time?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
Yes, I'm just wanting to make a comment on ordinance 20-2015. This is an ordinance adopting the amendments to the Central Orange redevelopment plan. I happened to attend the public hearing on this particular item, and I've had several conversations with the planning board president, and so he asked me to just make mention of some of the concerns that the residents have. I'm sure they'll make them during citizens' comments, but I just wanted to speak on it briefly. And so one of the primary concerns with the redevelopment was the density of a 750 unit proposed for the Orange, the hospital center at Orange site. So I just wanted to mention that some of the other smaller concerns were micro-housing and some other things, but that was a primary concern. One of the things that he mentioned to me was that we could actually table this, or for lack of a better term, send it back, remand it back to the planning board so that they can do more due diligence with regards to vetting and investigation regarding the amendments, and then bring it back to us. I don't think there's a pressing issue with regards to adopting it tonight, but Councilwoman Eason might have more insight on that. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Mr. Mays, are there going to be several more meetings? There are 2 meetings they had so far. One was at Walter G. and one was here. Are there going to be more meetings?
I believe there are going to be more meetings on it. I'm not quite sure. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Councilman Neeson?
What was the question?
Are there going to be more meetings? There have been 2 public meetings so far. One was at Walter G. and the one was just last week here in Council Chambers.
Yeah, and I just want to say for the record that the planning board president chair does not have the authority to make that recommendation, and that should not have been stated on the record, because we are looking into some legalities associated with that. So we have to be very careful as to what we put on the record, and we tried to advise him that night that he can't make that recommendation because he is the chair. He has to stay neutral. The other thing I wanted to say is that if we ever gonna do any forums anymore, there has to be a structure. We can't have what happened last week happen again. So, and that has to be that a forum for, if we're talking about Central Valley, we have to stay focused on Central Valley. And some of the things that happened should not have happened, because we have to be able to control and or focus on why we are at these forums. So there has to be some type of structures put in place that the council and the public can abide by, so that we don't go off on a tantrum and just say a whole bunch of stuff that makes no sense and should not have been said. So I'm just putting that on the record.
Councilwoman,
There wasn't another meeting planned. Mr. Mizell didn't request that we have another one, so it would be up to him and Mr. Mays to do that.
The first meeting that I did attend at Walter G., it was kind of a workshop type of meeting. Was that the same type of meeting here? When
No.
they walked around, it wasn't done?
That meeting was a planning board meeting. The meeting that Council President is, the meeting that Councilwoman Eason is referring to.
The April 2nd meeting?
The last meeting that was
Yeah,
held
That
was
was a planning board meeting.
The central redevelopment was the planning board meeting, okay.
Right, he did that specially to talk about central redevelopment. And we had our planning board meeting also. So that was just a combination.
And are there,
I have a question.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
96, 2015?
96, resolution 96, 2015?
Yes.
Yes. Any
Can I
questions?
get some clarity on that?
Mr. Matt?
Authorizing the cancellation of various municipal-owned tax sale certificates for unpaid taxes issued to the Orange Housing Authority in the amount of $40,000, $40,055.15.
My name is Adrian Mapp. I'm the Director of Finance. Attached to the resolution, you will notice that there is a statute 48:12A-36, which explains the basis upon which we are seeking these cancellation of the taxes on these properties. that are now owned by the Housing Authority of the City of Orange. They're basically exempt. And so, as a result, we have to cancel the taxes on these properties. But if you, and if you don't, that's the statute that being used as a basis.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Demetrius.
Council President, if I may.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss 100-2015. Council President, I've been doing some research on municipal tax lien sales and so forth, and the administration continues to send us back the same resolution over and over again without discussing various options that are available to municipalities when it comes to liquidating or selling municipal liens. At this particular time, I don't even know who the tax collector is, and I just want this governing body to understand that there are many municipalities that are doing electronic tax lien sales via their websites. I had opportunity to visit Irvington. They had a very successful one last year in the first year of its new mayor's in his administration. So this resolution that constantly comes in front of us is not really giving us as a governing body all the options that are available, and I think we deserve to have options explained to us. So I won't be supporting this 100-2015. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more resolutions and ordinances out for discussion? They were also supposed to receive an amendment to ordinance 17 that we have not received yet. So, I'm sorry, yeah, ordinance 17-20-15. So, two legislative research officers stated that perhaps the council should consider voting on it and waiting for a new one to come in 17. We're waiting for an amendment. And 20, I've heard Councilwoman Gaunt Butler in terms of some things that were said, but council should, I'm sure they've heard it as well. With that, if not, we're going to make a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Moved
Second.
by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Summers Johnson. I'm sorry, Summer Williams Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now adjourned. I'm going to ask that we take a brief 5 minutes.
5 minutes. It's set.
Regular meeting of the Council of the City of Orange Township held in the Council Chamber, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, April 7, 2015, immediately following the conference meeting. Please stand
for the Pledge of Allegiance.
In unison.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you do a roll call? Councilman Coley?
Present.
Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Councilwoman Eason?
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler? Councilman Harold Johnson?
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Present.
Council President Williams?
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Mr. White from the City Attorney representing the City Attorney's Office, Adrian Mapp from the Director of Finance, George Lascar, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Kevin Harris, Legislative Research Order.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler has joined us, and
Mr. Douglas, Director Douglas from the Fire Department is also here, Margaret Hamir from the Clerk's Office. the requirements of NJSA 10:4-9, as set, the Sunshine Law has been met, and notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 17, 2014, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. Need approval for the minutes, February 17, 2015, the conference and regular minutes.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call, Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
and I am in favor as well.
Need a motion for March 3rd conference and regular minutes.
Move.
Wait, make sure you, second, moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton, Councilwoman Summers Johnson, you will not, present, you will not be voting on this. Is there any on the motion? Seeing none, roll call, Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
and again, Councilwoman Summers Johnson is not partaking in this vote.
Councilman Johnson and Council President Williams will not vote because they were not present for the March 16, 2015 executive closed session.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion, seeing none, roll call, Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson, no, Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
and Councilman Johnson and Councilman Williams are not participating in the vote. March 17th.
March 17th executive closed session. Need a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler, a
Sec-
second by not by Councilwoman Easton because you were not here.
Second.
Second by Councilman Corbett. On the motion, Honorable Easton and Councilman Johnson will not be voting because they were not present for the March 17th executive closed session. That was the meeting.
That's
and I
That's
wasn't
not
here.
correct.
Let's pull March 17 back, and we're gonna hold that. I'm sorry. Just a second.
Yeah, that's not correct.
Yeah.
That's
I
St.
re-
Patrick's Day.
I wasn't here. Yes, it was.
That's St. That was
March 7th.
Yeah, Easton was here. Yeah.
Oh, this is
Easton was here on the 17th.
this is for the latter part, because wasn't there a closed session?
There
at
was
the
a closed
beginning?
session before.
And then no, you're right. I'm sorry.
She was there.
She's right. She's right. This is the closed session after the meeting. But there was also a closed session before the meeting at 6. Was there?
March 17th, I wasn't here because you had the interviews.
So that was a closed session.
Right.
We had a
That
closed
was
session before.
So so this closed session is regarding at the end of the meeting, the latter part of the meeting.
No, this should be regarding the
And
interviews.
there was two
Interviews.
There were two closed sessions.
And she
so
was
the
here.
first closed session, I was not here.
Right. You were not here, but
She was.
Easton was.
And as I say, let's pull them
Right.
and let's just wait for next meeting so we can get this correct. So for March 17th, who was the motion by?
I rescind my second.
Myself.
And Councilwoman Butler, she rescinded her, and if we can just postpone March 17th to our next meeting. March 24th, 2015, executive closed session meetings. Councilwoman Williams and Councilman Johnson were not here. So you had 5 other people that were here. Is there a motion to adopt for the March 24th, 2015 executive closed session?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion, seeing none. Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
yes.
Councilman Johnson, and Councilman Williams will not be voting. We're moving to our reports.
We have no report, no reports, constable reports, no reports, Oprah request,
I am sorry,
nothing so
Council.
far. Now we're up to council reports.
Before we go to our council reports, Councilwoman Dawn Butler, were you going to say something?
Yes, I'm sorry, Council President, but it looks like March 24th, Councilwoman Johnson was here.
No, that's
Summers Johnson
next
was
to
here.
me. That's my
Johnson
brother.
Johnson.
Oh, Johnson, I'm sorry. I was like, Summers Johnson was here. I'm sorry.
Just Honorable
Okay.
Johnson Jr.
Yes,
Okay,
Junior.
thank you.
Finance Committee, did you want to say anything, Councilman Johnson, regarding the budget tonight?
I saw a copy of
The resolution?
the schedule, the resolution and the schedule.
Right.
Council President, I'd like to thank the Finance Department for crunching the numbers since the last meeting and getting that taken care of. That's going to be a big help to move in the budget process ahead, especially since our Citizens Budget Advisory Committee's been intact for about a month now, and they're ready to go. So we have printed out a resolution to adopt, and we also have the schedule prepared for budget hearings, if the schedule is still good.
Does everybody have the schedule before them?
Yes. The last one where it says Tuesday is Monday, April 20th.
So it should be the 21st.
No, it's Monday.
No, it should be Tuesday, April 21st. It should be Tuesday.
No,
It should not be
because
Mon-
Tuesday's the council
No,
meeting.
I'm saying so it should be April 21st. I'm not disputing you. The date should be changed to the 21st.
Just the day, yes, it's,
Yeah, it should be the
it's
21st.
Monday, April 20th.
Yeah, no, but the day we're doing is Tuesday, not the Monday.
We are?
Yeah.
I thought Tuesday was the council meeting.
No, council meeting is not until March. Is that the?
Isn't
You're
it the
right.
second council meeting in
You're right,
April?
Councilwoman Easton. I'm sorry. So Monday.
So it's
Yeah,
Monday,
yeah.
April the 20th.
Monday, April 20th. It has to be. Yeah. Okay, so I chat. And there should be one sitting on the desk of everybody as well. So can everybody adhere to the schedule? At least 5 people. Is Monday, April 13th at 7 p.m. fine?
I'll make it happen for me.
Anybody that can't? Mr. Mapp, Joy, 'cause you and all directors have to be here to present for their department. Wednesday, April 15th. Everybody's fine. Thursday, April 16th, we're all fine. And Saturday, this is the first time we're doing Saturday.
Y'all playing, I won't be there.
You can't do the Saturday? We wanted to try to get more done on a Saturday instead of coming out extra. Can't do it?
That's swim day, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Is there anybody else that can't do a Saturday?
We're teleconference her.
Municipal court from the pool. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Just conflicts in the schedule for April 13th and April 15th.
So we need to switch some departments around? That's all? Or is it totally that nobody can police and fire come on the 13th, or are you saying?
What is the conflict? What's the conflict?
Mr. Mapp is not gonna be here, he's finance, he has to fly out for a funeral.
Right. That's the reason why I'm not able to be here for the 13th and the 15th. The CFO will be here,
Right.
and so I think that the hearings could still go forward. I would love to be here each and every budget hearing, and I'll do my best to be here.
But since finances, well, you're the director, we move police and fire up to the 13th, and then.
Yeah, you can switch them around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
sure.
okay with police and fire?
Well, he said that he won't be here the 13th or the 15th.
Can police and fire do the 15th?
There's no problem.
I'm trying to get 2 nods. Okay, I got police and fire. So the 15th is good for police and fire. Okay. And,
Councilwoman,
yes.
It's gonna get modified.
why does Mr. Matt have to be here for the 15th? That's not finance. We're not dealing with we're dealing with finance
Right.
on the
So I'm
Monday.
trying to see who I
So
can
the
move.
15th should be okay.
Yeah, we don't have to move in.
Okay, but I'm trying to see who I can move up into that space.
Well, the 15th should be okay, so the only date we're worried about is the 13th.
Well, right now, the police cannot be here for the 13th.
I'll go.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna get to that. So,
Madam
so,
President.
and planning and development, public works and water is you know, Director Mays and Mr. Mobley. Is Mr. Mobley still here?
He's left for the day.
Do you think
He'll be fine for the 15th.
so Mr. Mobley and them are gonna be for the 13th. So who's ever on April 15th is now gonna be the 13th.
Okay.
You got that? April 15th is police and fire. April 16th will be administration, finance, municipal council, and clerk's office.
Wait a minute. Do that again. I'm sorry.
Okay. April
All right,
13th.
Wednesday,
Start from
April the 13th.
April 13th is planning, development, public works, and water operation is April 13th.
So that's Monday, okay.
April 15th is police and fire. No, April 16th is police and fire.
April 15th would be what?
You said
April
April 15th.
No,
April
Right.
16th, police and fire don't have
stop,
to move,
Councilwoman
do they?
Easton, just a second. April 15th is police and fire. April 16th is administration, finance, municipal council, and clerk's office. On the 18th, who can come on a Saturday morning? 1, 2, 3.
It should be mandatory, Council President.
I wish you would. I wish you would tell my kids that. You can tell my kids that. Tell my kids that.
Don't need that.
I'll bring them right
You
here.
just need a majority.
We're good. We're good. You're on April. You're on the 16th. You're on the 16th.
I was going to suggest you leave everything the same except move finance to
Because
any other
police,
day.
it's not good for police and fire to do that. That you were good
Yeah, but leave the schedule as is. Just move finance
to the 16th,
down to another day.
Only if everybody else alone.
but we're going into. So we have 413, we have 415, we have 416. Now, so if we come back on Monday, do you think we can do municipal court and law, library, and community? I think that's too much.
He said leave everything and just change finance.
That's what he said. The
Just
police
change
and fire
finance.
can't do the 16th? Police and fire, can you guys do the 16th?
Any day but the 13th.
Okay, so they were fine on the 16th.
But we're still not fine because we're not good with Saturday. So we're not good with
No,
Saturday.
but I'm saying, I
Okay.
think we're confused because the only day we needed to change was the 13th and move finance. Everything else should remain the same. So you just gotta find a part of slot for finance.
Well, Councilwoman, I'm trying to get it done as soon as possible, and Director Mays volunteered to come on the first night, and that would have been his whole department, basically the 15th. So if we move that to so that we can still start on the 13th, everybody, all the council members could be here. Mr. Mapp can't be here.
But
Go ahead, Council.
Marty was okay on the night you were on, right?
I'm never y'all ready.
Yeah, but I'm saying the only night we need to change is the 13th, and that's just move finance to another spot. And leave everything else the same.
So all you have to do is just move finance.
Just have to move finance.
Just move finance.
My suggestion is flip finance with
For April
community
20th?
services and the library. The very last
Okay,
one,
got you.
just flip.
Library and community services on April 13th, and finance, but, okay. And Mr. Mapp, you'll be here starting the 16th though, correct? You'll be here starting the 16th. Okay, and we
Please
still,
email me an updated schedule.
with the police and fire,
Keep right.
They were okay. They didn't need to be
I'm
moved.
not saying, I'm sorry, I'm trying to add somebody to that night, Councilwoman Easton, because it's Saturday, we can't do.
We can't do it Saturday?
No, can you be here Saturday? I just asked you to just say anything.
No, I didn't say anything. I can make it Saturday.
Okay, so we
I'll
can,
raise my schedule.
so we'll do the Saturday. Okay, so only thing, so we're doing April
It's
13th.
only once a month, once a year. I can do Saturday.
So April 13th is going to be the library and community services. Wednesday, April 15th is going to be planning, development, public works, planning and development. Councilwoman Easton, I'm reading it in for the record so that we sure.
No, I'm still confused. We were only moving.
We just did what you asked, Councilwoman.
I know, but we only moving finance from the 13th, right?
But I'm just repeating for everybody so they'll know. Okay. Council, April 13th is Library and Community Services. April 15th is Planning and Development, Public Works, and Water Operating Utilities. Thursday, April 16th is Police and Fire. Saturday, April 18th from 9 a.m. to 12 is Municipal Court and Law. And Monday, April 20th is Administration, Finance, Municipal Council, and Clerk's Office. Okay?
I second. No.
Council President, as long as we get an updated memo, I think we'll be on the same page.
It'll have to be published, so it will be. So it has to be published.
Thank you.
Published by tomorrow.
So that's what we'll be published.
Let's
It'll go out
get it
tomorrow.
done. That's where I am.
So are there any comments from planning? Councilwoman Eason? Any comments from planning department? ABC? Councilman Johnson, Housing Authority?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the Personnel Committee, the council has met and there's a recommendation up for the RMC that's in the agenda tonight, and at the appropriate time, that resolution comes up. Is the person who's being considered here?
Yes, she
Yes,
is.
she is, so at that time.
I think she actually left.
No, she's here.
She's right there. She's here, okay. So at the appropriate time, after the vote, you'll be introduced. Clerk, please file the reports.
Council President.
Yes.
With regards to the police department, Director
sorry.
Simmons, when are you scheduled to come back before the council? You know, when was the last time he was here? Was it January, February?
February.
February, March, April, May. May. All right. So can you please put him on the agenda for May?
Fire, I'm sorry. Fire? No report. No report. Counselor, Clerk, I'm redirecting you to file the reports.
Okay, for communications and petitions, we had communication received in the clerk's office from William R. Lewis on March 20th, 2015. We have citizen comments pursuant to Section 4-10 of the Code of the City of Orange Township. Each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. The public is expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Lewis has left. Mr. Feld?
Good evening again. My name is Jeffrey Feld, local businessman and an attorney located at 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. As my custom, I posted various heads-up comments and questions on the www.nj.com public website. Just want to announce this morning, I was told that there will be a public hearing on Feld 5 this Friday at 10 o'clock before Judge Rothschild. In that case, it involves OPRA and Open Public Meetings Act. We're going to be talking about a lot tonight about transparency, accountability, and adherence to the rule of law. I recommend that the council read an opinion issued by the State Supreme Court on March 23rd, 2015. It talks about what needs to be in an ordinance and a resolution, that there needs to be substantial evidence. It talks that we have the Chief Justice and Justice Albin and everyone recognizing that citizens have constitutional rights in redevelopment and they will be protected and defended by the courts. On March 26th, the Appellate Division issued a divided opinion in Feld 6 and Feld 8, remanded a portion of Feld 6 back to the trial court to talk about the Open Public Meetings Act. I have filed a motion for reconsideration in that. On April 2nd, there was a planning board meeting. You need to talk to people that were there. There's a difference between a public forum and a statutory public hearing that's required under statute. The hearing that was held last Thursday was a statutory hearing. It wasn't a public forum. It was a statutory hearing under the local redevelopment and housing law. And there was questions that various members of the planning board made about the inability to digest the information. It's like this evening, about the why. Things were changing. The city planner admitted at that public planning board hearing that the documents that we're doing were being amended and they were being modified. So again, it comes back to what you can digest, because the word that was used a lot that night was significant changes. And the question was public notice given to the people that were going to be affected about that, about density, the idea that we now have a policy that we want to bring in, change the demographics of this town. We want to bring up people, a lot more people with $100,000 income. That was mentioned. And the question is whether micro housing will attract the people that you want to change for demographics. That was a very important hearing. What was said that needed to be heard by other people. Turning to tonight's agenda. As to the why, my head is still spinning. I have not had an opportunity to look at the resolution, what you're doing. But during the conversation, something struck me. About 10 days ago, an artist walked into our business, and he asked for a donation of goods, tarps, and paint, because he says he's doing a mural at the Y. And by the way, Mr. Feld, I want you to come on April 20th, because Channel 12 is going to be there. It's a fait accompli, folks. They already have the television station ready to come to the Y. When I asked the artist that you're painting a mural, I said, do you have permission from the trustee? Because otherwise you're going to be a tagger. He says, don't worry. The city attorney and the Warren administration has told me they had the building already. That was 10 days ago. We just heard a couple hours ago, that was just in the last 48 hours that we heard about these changes. This was said in front of all my employees when he came for the donation. Something is not right, because this ties into tonight's agenda, when it was made available to the public, when was it posted on the website. City Hall closed early on Thursday at 2 o'clock. People could not get to see the agenda till Monday when it reopened. If you look at your packets, what the introduced budget is, it changed from Thursday to Monday. This has to stop, and it goes back to what happened in the planning board. As to the housing authority, when you look at the properties, the housing authority acquired these properties after the tax certificates were issued. And I think it's really incumbent on a city attorney, then rather than a finance director who's not an attorney, to explain how tax liens that exist on a property that's acquired by the housing authority can be extinguished. I understand once the housing authority acquires a piece of property, taxes cannot accrue from that date forward. But taxes existed on that property prior to that time. How can they be extinguished? And I don't think that statute applies. I think you need an opinion from the man that sits tonight in that corner. Abandoned properties. How come we don't have an updated list to the resolution? The tax lien sale. One thing I'm concerned about, we're authorizing a bulk sale, but we don't say what liens are we selling. I mean, the Star Ledger, the town published on March 31st, of all the bulk tax liens that are going to be sold tonight, or are going to be offered to sale. How come that list is not attached to the resolution? And I ask everyone to look at this list. You'll be amazed by what redevelopers are listed on there. And you should be asking, what's the difference between the tax certificate and the amount to redeem? Why is there a difference? As to the calendar year 2015 budget, I have questions when the December 31st, 2014 financial statement was or has it been delivered to the clerk's office? So I've been asking for that document, and I don't know how you can analyze the budget without the benefit of that document, because you need it to understand it. As to the bill list, based on tonight's proposed bill list, as of tonight, if we approve the bill list, we will have approved approximately $29.9 million this year. How does that tie into our budget? You look at the bill list, there's various professional fees. When we talk about the amendments to the Central Orange redevelopment plan, there's a firm from Montclair that tonight you're going to pay, asked to be paid around $27,000 in fees. I've been asking for Oprah for a copy of the retention resolution and retention agreement for that professional entity. It's not been produced to me. So tonight, how are you paying this $27,000? In addition, you're paying some various attorneys for work. One of the things that jumped out on me is you're paying a law firm for work that was done in the Conway versus City lawsuit. That sort of is intriguing because that goes back to when Jeff Conway was thrown out of a city council meeting in September of 2007, arrested. He sued the city. But that case settled, I think, more than a year ago. Why are we now finally paying the attorney? Look at some of the matching of the fees. Again, tonight you're going to retain a municipal clerk. I found out that she was president of the Essex County Clerks Association, so I think she's very qualified. But the question we should be asking is, why did it take 15 months? 15 months to retain and hire a new municipal clerk. Because our former municipal clerk retired as of December 31st, 2013. It's outrageous that it took that long to retain a new person. But I think we need to get answers and clarify, what is going on with the tax lien sale to the extinguishing of the housing authority. Was that a pre-existing tax certificate? Was it sold, or did the city hold it? And how can you do it? Because we're talking about money. Be very careful about the why. Something doesn't seem right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Larissa Bradshaw.
Good evening, Larissa Bradshaw, 648 Berkeley Avenue in Orange, a resident for many, many years. And my husband is here tonight too, which is a very special moment. Tom doesn't come. So good evening. I want to raise this a level higher. We do know that we've got a new election beginning to take place in our country in the year 2016. And that is our national election, correct? I've been getting emails from President Obama's team asking us to organize now, grassroots organizing. And that is indeed what's been happening. In 2008, many of us in America were actually somewhat shocked and challenged when we knew that the senator at that time was going to run for office. And now how many years later we've got our president who's going to be leaving us next year. We also know where our Senate and our Congress is like right now. So we are having meetings in this town that's focusing on voter registration and voter turnout. These are called community organizing meetings. At this point in time, they're at my house. I am sure this is going to grow to other facilities. But I do want to let folks know that it's happening. It's growing. There's a need. There's a desire in the community to be able to have community organizing. And our president of the United States says that is what we need to be doing again. There's a blueprint back on his web, and we can get all the details like we did in 2008. And I know Sherry and some of you others are already working on this, but I just wanted to make sure we knew that you know that this is going on in our community already, and I'm getting emails on it. Okay. Now about our community. I am a member of the CBAC, and I want to congratulate Ms. Joy for finding the opportunity, the time, and the health to be able to get the budget in our hands at least in this month. Thank you, Joy. Thank you for that time. I appreciate it. And I hope as we look at the budget and we review this as community people, I want to make sure that we remember and those folks know who's on the CBAC this year. We have Ms. Elizabeth Jackson, a longtime employee, Honorable Coley, recommended Ms. Jackson. We have Alexandra Charles, who's with us tonight from the, what ward are you? East Ward. Okay. We have Honorable Corbett, you actually recommended Larissa Bradshaw and Ingrid Williams. Honorable Eason, Tracy Latta, and Kyle Royster. Honorable Gaunt Butler, Mary Thomas, Arthur Griffa. Honorable Johnson, Brenda Swan Douglas, and Melissa McCoy. And Honorable Williams, Bruce Meyer, Yvonne Jean Jerome, and Honorable Summers Johnson, Christopher Jackson, and Mr. Bragg. Those are your CBAC members. We've met 4 times. already. We are organized. We are looking at this budget. We're trying to analyze the old budget. I've memorized a lot when I was in the clerk's office. Thank you for that opportunity. And we are focusing on what Council President had done during the orientation. She said, look at shared services. Look at shared services. Are there ways that the community and the government here can do a better job of shared services? When you look at what we talk about as a group, tax relief is the #1 thing that comes up no matter what discussions. It always comes back to tax relief. Mr. Mobley couldn't walk down the street without my saying to him, what about the parking meters? What about the parking meters? Mr. Edwards, what about the parking meters? I also have to say, this is the first time I've seen Mr. Edwards here in a long time, and I really hope that the mayor and Mr. Edwards continues to come to these meetings. Whether we agree or disagree, we have to have the full body here to help us understand the reasoning, the rationale behind. You're an excellent speaker, so we would like you to come back. I'm asking you as a community resident to come back and join us and help us understand, because our fiscal situation's not that good. It's not that good. And we know it's not. We need to be able to understand the rationale. One of the things that came back to this committee was there's a bit of arrogance that we see sometimes in the city council meetings. And the arrogance is coming from the administration, from specifically Mr. Mapp.
Ms. Brasher, you have to address the council. You have to address the council.
So we are hoping there's less arrogance, more understanding of the need of what we have to do with as far as fiscal responsibility, fiscal impact, making sure those tax dollars are balanced so that we understand, are we going to ever get down from that? We're at a 4.449 property tax rate in the city of Orange. 4.449. The county tax rate is 3.17. The state is 1.89. And New Jersey is the highest taxed state in the whole United States. Our average income is $30,000 to $40,000 in the city of Orange, as you know. So we are one of the lower income communities, right? And one of the highest taxes. So that gives us an opportunity to look at this budget, fresh eyes, looking for ways to offset those tax dollars. And that is what your CBAC will do, as you resoluted us through, if that's a word, and it's an honor to be able to serve. I am your acting secretary. There have been no leaders picked yet, but I do know that we're going to be here every night for those public hearings, and we have already decided who's going to be on what team. And again, it's an honor to serve you. You have some Wall Street people on your committee this year. You have finance people. You have IT people. And you know what? The last meeting we had, there were 10 of us. So we are getting together, and we do hope to serve you well. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon, Caitlin Gordon.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place. A number of questions. We had a tax cap increase ordinance last year. My question is, that allows part of the increase put away and saved for the next 2 years. My question here is, what part of that tax cap increase above the cap did we retain for this and next year from last year? Number 2, this regards Resolution 101, which is property to be taken off the abandoned property list. And my question regarding that is, what happens? Is there a lien attached now to for the demolition work to this property? And the second question regarding the same is, or for this property that is supposed to now go back to the regular, not non-abandoned property list, or has taxes and water bill being paid normally during all this time? Question 3. One of the resolutions is the appointment of Ms. Joyce Lanier as city clerk. And you all know that I am very interested in Oprah issues. So without suggesting anything wrong, my question is whether the council has checked her Oprah performance, her past Oprah performance before this appointment. Next one. This is a comment. The Central Orange redevelopment plan, hearing that was done last week by the planning board. It was a rescheduled meeting, and of course the date was completely inconvenient. The city hall closed at 2 o'clock. The next day was a holiday, or so the point is that this was a reschedule, and I was kind of taken by surprise. Especially, I did not have access to the agenda, and with the planning board, there is never advanced access to the agenda to begin with. But for this reschedule, if you go down to the entrance of the city hall, where the lists are for the dates, you will see that the planning board's list is that of last year's. And if you go to the clerk's office, where indeed is this year's schedule, it does not show a reschedule. So there are problems with the adherence of the Open Public Meeting Act. Next one. Also a comment with the purchase of the YWCA building. The point I just want to make, that this short notice is unacceptable, and as a matter of principle, this council should be postponing no matter what, because otherwise this approach that is cropping up over and over is just being enforced. There is a point where this council has to put his feet down and resist it. Regarding the tax lien sale, the description is that this approach will allow a discount, and my question is there going to be a one particular discount, or is it going to be a free discount of sometimes this, sometimes that, and who decides it, and on what basis, and how fair, if that is so, that it will be a floating kind of discount, how fair that can be. And I am also interested in the resolutions 90, 91, 92, 93, all refunding water charges. The language is subsequent water charges paid by the lien holder. I would like to have some explanation to those. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ford, you said 90, 91, 92, and 93?
These are all, yes,
Yeah, just wanna make sure.
consecutive numbers, 90, 91, 92, 93.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bruce Meyer? Ms. Meyer left? Darrell, okay, I'm sorry, Harrington? Sorry.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, my fellow residents and neighbors. My name is Darrell Harrington. I reside at 13 Prince Street, Orange, New Jersey. I have three things real quick because the evening's getting kind of long, so let's try to wrap things up relatively quickly in decency and in order. The Union Baptist Church, which I'm a member of, is having an education summit for young people, for teenagers who are about to be college bound, whether you're a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, just for college preparedness and college readiness, whether it be academically or whether it be financial aid or what have you. This is being done on Sunday, April 26th at 1:30 p.m. at 160 Oakwood Avenue in Orange. That would be the Union Baptist Church in Orange, New Jersey. I reach out to you to reach out to your constituents because all are welcome. As for tonight, I would also like to know, congratulations on having the budget being introduced tonight. I would like to know what was the deadline for the municipal budget being introduced? Just, the state deadline for when municipal budgets needed to be introduced, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, the March 17th meeting, the last meeting.
Okay. And as for resolution was 112, 2015, the why, you are all smart and very intelligent people here, and I don't believe any of you get dressed in the dark. I believe you make sure that the lights are on and you know exactly what you're wearing when you put your clothes on in the morning. I also believe that none of you make rash or irrational decisions at the drop of a hat. I can understand the definite need for a recreational center in Orange, for Carrie, for Jamie, for me, for Donna. We've lived here our entire lives, so we understand what we have not had. We understand what we have had. We understand what supplements we have had to get us to where we are today. We will keep on keeping on no matter what. Same thing I say for Marty, who's also been here his entire life. But what we do not need to do is make an irrational, knee-jerk reaction decision in a matter of a couple of hours of saying we need to do this or else it's gone. If it's gone, it's just gone. And we need to make other arrangements to see what we can do for a recreational center here in Orange. I just hope that you take these things into consideration, the rashness of how quickly this is transpired. And that's all I have for tonight. So thank you all very much for your time and consideration on these matters. Take care.
Murphy Wilson?
Good evening, Murphy Wilson, 362 Haywood. As stated before, I think that it is just reckless to try to make a decision about something as important and as expensive as getting into a deal about this. Why? I think you need a lot more information. I think you need detailed information. And if there are so many people out there that want to use the facility and can generate revenue, why can't we get a list of who they are and how much revenue they could potentially give us and through what kinds of activities. Those projections should be made. When people purchase commercial property, they do that. They go through that kind of analysis before they make their decision as to whether they're going to purchase commercial property or not. This council should be doing that. It's just too much. We need to see those fiscal impact statements. And I think that the whole council needs to go through and review the building, see for themselves, and we also need to see a list of the various repairs that are required and what is the cost. What is the estimate on all of that before making a decision? I think this is, you're trying to shoehorn this, and it's wrong. In reference to the Central Orange redevelopment plan, you need to send that back. For those council members who were there, they heard the concerns, they saw the plan. Personally, I think it's a travesty. We at the zoning board worked previously to ensure that the city's master plan is as closely adhered to as possible, that we do not have the density problems, that we do not have traffic problems, we do not have parking problems, and all of that factors, all of those quality of life issues, land use issues factor into our decision when we make our decision on something. What was presented in the planning board meeting just defies all of that. And the density that would create, and the micro housing, which is nothing more than trying to create Hoovervilles. I mean, yeah, I said it's just gross, micro housing. And if you're talking about trying to attract, richer people, wealthier people, they don't buy some dinky. They're not. And they are going to have cars. And a whole lot of things that were said that there was an awful lot of disputing, and even the planning board president said, I have a lot of reservations about this. They did move this along. I think this council really needs to either you table it or you send it back, but absolutely do not approve this. This needs more study and some revisions. Overall, yes, there should be a plan, but there are parts of what was presented that I think he would just find offensive. So you need to send that back. Those are my comments for tonight.
Thank you. The motion to close citizens' comments.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
By Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Starting with Councilman Johnson, and I'm sorry, I did not mention the library, or I did not mention the Public Works Committee.
So I'll just do it real quick.
Okay.
Okay, for library, I don't have a report as much as I have an announcement that Orange is doing a See Something, Say Something crime prevention with the McGruff dog, and that was out years ago, and it will be coming back on this Saturday, April 11th, in front of the Orange Library from 10 to 2. It's the kickoff. The fire truck will be out there, and the police cars and different things like that. The McGruff dog will be making a tour to all of the elementary schools in Orange, really to try to dispel the street term of snitching and tattletaling or whatever, to just empower the children to help the police with, they see things that go on. So that will be this Saturday, April 11th. And as far as like the community meetings in South Ward, and I've actually been having them. November was the first one, December was the second, March was the third, and June will be the fourth meeting. They were all at Haywood Avenue, and it would just be good to get on one accord so that such a small ward, I mean, it's not a small ward, but Orange is so small. So it would be good to bring the meetings together so people don't have to come out 2 and 3 times a month to discuss the same issues. As far as the RMC, I became a councilwoman in July, so for me it wasn't 15 months. I would also like to thank Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. She was extremely diligent within the past weeks of getting the candidates together, and when the council members came for the interviews, we were prepared. We had their resumes and things prior. However, she also made folders for us. The candidates came in, they were interviewed, they submitted writing samples. We met again to discuss their strengths and challenges. And as far as Ms. Gordon, just to ease your pain, Orange, I guess we were doing 100 and something Oprahs a month or whatever. Ms. Joyce Lanier has done triple, if not in the thousands, monthly. So that was one of the things for me that I felt we needed. And coming from Newark, being such a big town, to Orange, I felt that she was extremely qualified. And Councilman Corbett kind of pushed her against the wall at some point, because it was good though. He was saying that the other candidates in the other room, you know, they were qualified, and he asked her the question. What? Yeah. He asked her the question.
No, I'm saying
it's
too
not.
much.
No, it's okay. He asked her the question of what made her qualify, and she was, when she was able to explain it, that is what, you know. But it's
I got personnel is still personnel. I understand
but it
what
wasn't.
I understand what
Okay.
you're trying to do.
No,
But your
no,
first
I'm
part,
not
okay.
trying to do anything.
Okay.
Actually,
No,
I'm
not.
just
I'm saying
answering
in
his
terms of what
question.
you were saying and
Yeah.
how much you were saying.
Yeah, I'm
So,
just
okay.
saying I did not know her prior to the interviews and things like that, but I was just saying for me it wasn't 15 months. I've only been councilwoman since July, so for me it was quick for me. But and on that note, I will end.
And that's it. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
I'll pass.
Councilman Johnson.
Council comments right now?
Yes, sir.
I do have a comment. I just want to bring to the governing body once again my quick study that I did on my investigation on the computer. I came across United States Tax Lien Association, and they list quite a few things that are available to municipalities, and they have specific facts that they tell you that are beneficial to municipalities. And fact number 7 out of a list of facts, I just read 2 of them, which really jumped out at me. Fact number 7, this is United States Tax Lien Association. You can Google them and go on it for yourself. You can acquire a tax lien anywhere in the United States, no matter where you live. All you need is a computer and a telephone, and you don't have to be a U.S. citizen. Fact number 8, every year $3 to $5 billion in tax liens are available in the U.S. There's always enough profitable tax liens for any savvy investor to acquire. This notion that we have to constantly see this resolution for this bulk sale, that a handful of people will see the advertisement in a local newspaper, is not, to me, it's not beneficial for where we want to move Orange forward. Because if you open it up to tax lien investors all over the country, we should be able to clean our inventory of tax certificates. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Are you not in none at all tonight? Or you want me to come back to you?
Come back. Something
Councilman
might come to
Corbett.
me.
Mr. Mays, with regards to the vehicles that I've been really quite adamant about over the last several months, and I think you were missing a couple of times, a few of our council meetings. And I know one of those meetings you were going back with the administration. You guys were going to have a sit down and make a decision on how you were going to, I think, how you were going to supply the council with the data that we have been inquiring about where the vehicles are concerned. Because as far as I'm concerned, to be quite honest with you, it's not, the information you're providing is not what is specified in the ordinance. And we need to have that information as it is written out in the ordinance. Can you provide that information?
I can provide that information. I'm just waiting to have one more meeting with the administration before that information is provided. So hopefully in the next 30 days or so, I'll have that information available for you.
Okay. I also asked about the stickers, the town emblem being on every vehicle outside, of course, of police and fire on each vehicle. Have you looked into that and making that happen?
Yeah, we are placing some orders for some new stickers to be put on all the vehicles. The emblem is on most, if not all, of the public works vehicles already.
With regards to every single municipal vehicle having a municipal license plate, have you been able to do your research on every municipal vehicle that we have in our stock?
There are a couple of municipal vehicles that don't have a municipal license plate. I don't know why that is. I did look into that. I haven't looked into changing the ones that don't, because some of those license plates predates me, and they're on older vehicles, not necessarily the new ones. All of the new vehicles have the MG plates on them.
Great. Needless to say, I will be taking a look to see exactly what we have going on. With regards to the budget process, of course, we all know that our goal, our objective is to eliminate waste. And I'm going to stay on the subject of vehicles. I think that we waste entirely too much money in gas. Part of the reason that I say that is because we allow entirely too many city employees to take vehicles home. And while they're taking them home, they're not only taking them home and parking them, they're taking them home and they're using them over the weekends and using them for their own personal use, which is using our tax dollars and wasting our gas. That has to stop. So I'm going to recommend to our legislative research officer, Mr. Harris, if you would look into the possibility of an ordinance or a resolution that clearly stipulates no one being allowed to take home a city vehicle unless it is extremely urgent with the position that they hold. All right, and if you can have that ready for us in our next council meeting, I'd be temporarily grateful.
Temporarily.
Temporarily. It's only temporarily.
To the next meeting.
That's right. With regards to the clerk, I'm excited that we finally have someone that I think meets the qualification and the needs that this city certainly has in terms of being responsive to the open requests and other things that go on within our clerk's office. I think that the person that is coming tonight to be approved is the person I think that will meet those needs. During the interview process, she certainly presented herself in a manner which sold me completely that I think we're doing the right thing in terms of bringing this individual on board with the city of Orange. In particular, the fact that she comes from a huge municipality, and she's coming here, which is a much smaller town. I have no doubt that she would be able to handle all the diverse and the different dynamics that comes with that clerk's office in the community of Orange, and I'm excited that she's coming on board with us. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Easton.
I only have a couple of things. Mr. Mays, this is for Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
The signal lights on Main Street, were you able to get the engineer to try and synchronize those so we can have that traffic flow better? And
Yeah,
they can
I
stop
have
blocking High Street and
Yeah.
Main.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I haven't done anything on that.
Would you do that as soon as possible? Because so we can get rid of the traffic jams. I think it's only two that's out of sync, and that's the one at High and the one at Lincoln Avenue. So if he could probably reset those.
Okay.
Also, I know some months ago, maybe last year, we talked about shortening the bus stop at Lincoln Avenue and Central Avenue.
Right. I'm gonna have to work on that as well.
Could you do that? Because the merchants over there are getting a lot of tickets, and we're trying to create some more space. And for the Central Playground, they need the signs. There were signs up there that says employee parking only in the evening at night. But when you redid the playground, you forgot to put the signs back.
Okay.
Could you put those signs back, because they're having I think it's a car from New York that's parking there every night. So everybody's just parking there. So you need to put those signs back. I don't know. Maybe you just forgot to redo those.
Okay.
And this is for Mr. Mapp. Some months ago we had Express Scripts here about the prescription plan. You remember that?
I remember there was a lengthy discussion. There was actually a presentation here.
Did we do anything to sort of decrease the charges or look into any other vendors that handles prescriptions So we won't have to pay so much money?
Since that meeting, I am not sure that we have gone out. The contract with the existing vendor runs from August. And so
So it's yearly?
we are, yes, but not calendar year.
Okay.
And so I believe that we are, not I believe, we are in the middle of an existing contract.
So you are you are going to be.
I think that would
looking
make
into
sense.
some comparative.
I think that would
ways
make
to
sense.
reduce the charges, right?
That would make sense, and I'll speak with the mayor and deputy BA.
Okay.
Council President, if my
Yeah,
colleague would
comment.
allow me to weigh in on
Well,
a very
Councilman Gordon, you still gotta come back.
touchy
I'll
subject.
No, he can while he's there.
Yeah, thank you, Council Woman Eason. Because I clearly remember that meeting, and I left with that meeting not really wondering if they was going to address the situation with that contract not running concurrently with our budget. And voluntarily from the administration, nobody has come forth and says that can happen. I would like to know if it can happen or it can't happen, so we know what we're dealing with. We're always going to have this contract running contrary to our calendar year budget.
Extended 3 months. Or,
And can I make a comment too?
we haven't even got to your comment. You gonna come
No,
to-
germane to this issue.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that my recollection, I recall the vendors that presented saying that they would go back to look at the particular drugs that were costly and see if they could do some remediation internally. And they were supposed to come back and tell us what their findings were or whether they were able to do that.
Well,
So I guess
Councilwoman-
we might need an update.
For the sake of time, Mr. Mapp, the Express Scripts said that they could offer us a different program where we wouldn't be paying as much. So that's what we were supposed to be looking into.
And
it would be effective from the date we signed it with them.
I do believe, because if you would recall, there were a few drugs that were not, and I don't remember the name of them, but they were not FDA approved. They were like,
Yeah.
concoctions that were put together by the pharmacies, which there were a handful or less than that of people that were using those particular drugs, which were inordinately expensive.
But what they
And
said-
so I believe that since that time, I believe that there has been something done to exclude the use of those particular drugs by those that are on the plan. We will confirm that.
Okay, we'll confirm. Because I know they said there was a different program, so we wouldn't pay
Yeah.
as much. So, okay.
We will confirm that.
So you are going to look into that?
I will get the answer to that question about the particular drugs and the status as to whether or not those are still available to those that are on the plan. So yes.
And thank you, Mr. Mapp.
Okay.
And one final question. I think this is for our police director. Being that Harrison Diner has closed, who has the contract for the food for the prisoners? Or did you select a new vendor?
Hakeem Sims, Orange Police Director. Yes, Royal Chicken on Main Street received the bid.
Who has it?
Royal Chicken on Main Street. It was a
You guys
bid.
are getting fried chicken?
No. No. They got the same menu as Harris Diner gave.
Take me now, man. I'm ready.
But does it offer a variety that's not all fried? Does it offer
No, they get the same menu as Harris Diner gave. It was
Healthy choice.
the cold cuts and a drink.
Oh,
That's all it is. They cater to the menu that we specified.
So is there a contract now or just?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Just sit down. Just sit down.
Sit down.
Be safe.
Are you finished, Councilman? Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
Okay, just two quick comments. First, I am too very ecstatic about the search for the registered municipal clerk coming to fruition, and with the appointment of Ms. Joyce Lanier. So I'm very excited about that. The other comment that I wanted to make very briefly was to my council colleagues with regards to Ordinance 21, 2015. I'm hoping that I'll garner your support with regards to this.
You said ordinance 21?
Yes, 21, 2015. Does everyone have that?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, yeah, it's just making sure that incoming and outgoing administration and council adhere to the current budget that is in place. And so I think that's very important for us to make sure that we do that alignment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coley.
Good evening again, everybody. I'll be brief. Mr. Mays, thank you for correcting the lights, traffic lights at Main and Hickory, Main and Park. And Main and Oakwood, we still need to work there, working out a situation. We all know that we had a rough winter regarding the snow. And the snow is melted away and left a lot of debris behind. I know that our street sweepers is not working as well as they could or should. Have we attempted to temporarily hire someone to come in to clean our streets?
I am looking into that at this point. I did look into trying to lease a sweeper, but right now we're looking at bringing in a company. I'm working on that. I should have something shortly on that. You're absolutely right. We have two sweepers. They're both from 1970. One is totally gone. The other one is just limping along, and there is a lot of debris out there. So we're waiting for the two sweepers that we ordered. They tell me another month, but we need them right now. My plan is to do something along the lines that you're speaking about.
Yeah, I know that limping along street sweeper. I'm around the city all the time, and I watch it, and a lot of I won't say most of the time, but some of the time it leaves more debris than it actually picks up. So we need to do something because it just kind of just make situations worse, and that leads into the filling of the potholes from this rough winter. We just need to continue with that initiative. And while I'm on the snow, I would like for our legislative research officer to investigate the snow shoveling on Main Street. I know that the property owners on Main Street, they have to clean the walkways in front of their businesses, but it makes it kind of difficult for I guess shoppers and people to park their vehicles on Main Street and then have to walk over a mountain of snow. I would like to see an ordinance where, in addition to cleaning in front of snow, you clean a path, from the sidewalk to the street. So if you are a potential shopper, at least you can have a few open spots walking from the street, to the sidewalk, rather than walking over mountains of snow and potentially hurting yourself. And Mr. Mays, I just have one other issue. 183 Central Place. That property has been a little problem for quite some time. If we can maybe have your crews go over there and get it cleaned up and possibly boarded up. It's been an issue for quite some time, and we don't want no other issues with fires and things like that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I neglected to go back and answer the questions, so I'm going to answer the questions. Resolution 96, 2015. Mr. Matt explained that you explained that this was a part of 48:12A-36 in terms of these amounts being, what's the word used, cancellation of taxes. Is there anything else that you would like to say to that ordinance or resolution 96/2015? I'm sorry.
If that's the resolution that
Orange Housing Authority.
Councilor Johnson questioned earlier,
Mhm.
it is my position that any time liens are sold, that the outstanding liens, or when liens are redeemed, or if we have a tax lien sale, when that occurs, the liens that are outstanding have to be paid by whoever acquires those liens.
No, this is a cancellation for the Orange Housing Authority.
And
I'm
that's,
sorry, go
that's where I'm going to, based on one of the questions or comments that I heard from a member in the audience. And so the lien, when it is acquired, the outstanding amount has to be paid off by the party that acquires the lien. So if that lien is acquired by the housing authority, prospectively, no taxes are paid by the housing authority, given that it's a tax exempt body. And so we would have to cancel any taxes that accrue from that point of ownership forward. But it would be my position that if there were taxes outstanding at the time when those liens, those properties were purchased, my position would be, and I will leave that to legal, that taxes that were outstanding at the time would have to be paid up to that point in time. And going forward, the new owner, in this case, the tax exempt entity, the housing authority, would no longer be responsible for the taxes going forward.
And would it be the date that they start paying taxes? Is that the date that the deed is recorded or the date of the purchase?
The date that they acquire the property.
The date of purchase?
The date of purchase is when ownership transfers.
Okay. And then there was 99/2015. I'll have to go back. And that resolution to refund subsequent taxes paid by outside lien holder Virgo Municipal Finance Fund LP, care of Blue Virgo, for property known as 268 Mount Vernon Avenue, Block 1204, Lot 8, in the amount of $52.
And that's the refund of
$52.
$52.
Yes.
Can you give me that resolution number one more time, please?
99/2015.
99/2015. Well, if you have a lien holder and the lien has been redeemed by the property owner, and subsequent to the redemption of the lien holder continues to pay, then that lien holder would be entitled to a refund. I would like to ask our temporary tax collector to come forward and confirm that that is indeed what happened. And so that would hold true for a few other items that I see in here.
And you can introduce
This is
as a tax, because it has not been made known to this governing body.
This is Jocelyn Pringley, sorry, Wingfield,
Yes.
who is our temporary tax collector and who has been filling in and doing an excellent job. And so the question has to do with this refund.
Blue Virgo. So what happened with Blue Virgo is that there were the owner came in and redeemed the property. However, there was a $52 subsequent that was paid that was not included in those calculations at the time of redemption.
Mm-hmm.
So what we have to do is ultimately refund the money back to the lien holder because the owner did not pay the $52.
Okay. And while you're right there, Ms. Jocelyn, can you also respond to 90, 91, 92, and 93? And can the water charges, to refund subsequent water charges, 90 to 93?
the same thing happened with these properties as well. There were subsequents that were paid that at the time of redemption the owner did not pay. So rather than going back to the owner and asking for these water amounts, we just simply went to refund the lien holder.
So the city was made whole by either the owner or the lien holder. So this is not anything. We got the city received all the money that we were entitled to receive.
We received all the money that we were entitled to. Yes.
And there were more on there. So I see. Will we be seeing more of these come forward?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll be just indefinitely as you're getting into your position that you're seeing more and more of these, and that you're cleaning up and.
Right.
Okay. All right. And she's here till 6 o'clock and sometimes. So you please welcome to call her once we get the agenda and call or email her with questions that she can answer prior to this meeting. Is that okay?
Yes, that is okay.
Okay. All right. Moving right along to 101-2015. Mr. Mason, you want to take that one?
Yeah, that property was demolished by the city. That's why it's being removed off the list. And I believe Ms. Gordon asked, was there a lien placed on the property? And the answer is yes.
Okay. And there was also, I'm going to allow the vote for 109-2015, and then as I stated in the beginning, at the appropriate time, Ms. Joyce Lanier can come up and introduce herself, and she can tell a little bit about her intention, because I'm sure through the interview she has become very acquainted with the City of Orange needs her to do. So at that point, I will ask her to come up once the vote has happened. There was also the ordinance for the bulk sale that did not have the attachment to it. Which one was, could somebody refresh me? Resolution that did not have the attachment. See, business sale, is that 100?
Yeah, 100, 2015.
100-2015, Mr. Matt, you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
As Mr. Feld showed us that there was an advertised list in the paper that was not attached to this resolution. Do you know why that happened?
That may or may not be the case. I don't know why.
Well, does any council member, have the attached? We don't have it, so.
In terms of this, I would like
Ms. Winfield wants to join you.
There's no attachment because the resolution was put forth prior to the advertisement.
But but you had to send the advertisement out prior to last Thursday to get it in the paper.
Right, but when I sent the resolution, I attached the listing to the resolution, not what I attached the listing that would be advertised in the paper.
But there's not. That's what. So for us, there's nothing attached.
Yeah, there should have been a list.
Okay. So is this something we can bring back at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll bring it. Cause did you get it attachment to 100-2015 in your original? We'll bring it back so council members can review it. 100.
This is something that could be printed and given to you tomorrow.
But we have to vote. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
So
yeah.
we'll vote on. Yeah. So you have attachment.
Mr. President?
Yes, just a second. Yes. No, they only have 3 sheets. Yes, sir.
And so you know, this is not, your voting on this evening would not be a vote to sell these liens tomorrow or the next day. This is to invite bids, and we will have to come back to you. And the only way that we could dispose of these liens that are just sitting there and they're of no value to the city, just sitting there, would be for us to foreclose on these properties or for us to sell these liens in this manner that we are proposing. So I would strongly urge you to approve this resolution to authorize that we accept bids, and we would have to come to you in order for this to be approved.
I seen it when she's, yeah, I seen it. Okay. I understand that, Mr. Matt will, see the will of the governing body if they would like to do that. I think it has been known, it has been stated by many of the government that there was no attachment, so just a concern. So rather than go back and forth, and let's pause right here and do a motion to extend the meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Councilwoman Eason. Roll call, Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
No.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
No.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
And I'm in favor as well. So,
Councilwoman, you talking about 100?
yes,
Yes.
120-15. And at the time we pull it off, we can make it known at that time.
Did you have any?
No, there was no attachment to the clerk's office, Councilwoman. And Mr. Mapp is saying he would still have to come back before us, but
Right, you would ultimately aid in the process of accepting the bids.
We don't know who will bid. We don't know any of that. This is just authorization to solicit bids. And when that happens, we have to come back to you for your approval to accept the best deal in the best interest of the city.
what was the ad that was in the paper? What was the ad, what was advertised in the paper?
We listed the 137 properties that we currently hold, with the amount that it would take to redeem them as of today. Now, after today, that amount will change because interest is ultimately accruing to the property.
And does it include property and water?
Yes, it does.
Does, okay.
Councilwoman Williams, if she has the docket, the backup, can she run downstairs and make us a copy?
Yeah, I can run downstairs.
Why don't we have her do that?
And by the time we get to that, so you need you to make 7 and I would say leave copies on the table, you know, so at least fit 20 copies.
Okay.
Okay? Once, you can't come back and this, we did 90 to 93. And at the appropriate time, we will ask the, I see you raising your hand, Ms. Gordon, and I'm looking at all the notes that you asked about. And,
There's one question that was asked that I can answer.
oh, okay, go ahead, you go ahead.
It has to do with the cap bank, and if
Right.
you flip to the budget on sheet 3B2, 3B, parentheses, number 2. The question had to do with the cap bank, and I believe how much was
Last
left.
year was,
Yeah,
was,
so for calendar year 2013, in the cap bank, it was $1,368,994. 2014, $86,996. And then this is on, if you're looking at this page, if you look to the right towards the bottom of the page, you'll see the numbers. So what's available in the cap bank to be used anytime in the next 2 years would be close to $1 million. $996,934.
is that what everybody, because I think I showed 34,000. Did you send new sheets out? How much did you just say, Mr. Mapp?
Available cap bank.
Right.
996,934. Sheet 3B parenthesis 2.
Is that what everybody had, 3B2?
Yeah.
Okay, I see available count bank, 34,000, 409. Are you saying the last, to the appropriation in the first column, the last?
On the right side of the page.
996,000. That's
Yes.
what you said. Do you have the new sheet?
That's what, no.
Yeah, that's
It says
they gave us
it's
a
on
new
the
one.
sheet.
Yeah, it was a
Okay.
new one
Yeah.
on the.
Okay.
So I believe that answers the question that was raised.
Council President, while he's before us,
Go ahead, yes, Councilman.
while Mr. Mapp is before us, my question as it relates to the budget, can you tell us what the percentage of the increase is for the, well, I should say the burden of the tax increase that's attached to this budget?
I was leaving that for the CFO. This budget, as introduced, shows an increase of 2%. The levy of this year in this proposed budget, calendar year 2015, versus the levy in the adopted budget of 2014. The difference, for example, the average homeowner with a home valued at about $175,000 paid roughly $5,275 in local municipal taxes last year, compared to what is proposed in this introduced budget of $5,465.27, a difference of roughly $189.73, which equates to 2%.
Well, of course, as we go through the budget process, I'll see exactly what you guys did to get it that low. Hopefully you didn't affect too many departments, in particular public safety.
And we were very conscious of that, and we did the most effective job that we could under the circumstances, given rising costs for insurance, for contractual obligations and other costs, as well as retirements and vacancies and so on and so forth. And so what you have before you is what we believe to be a very reasonable budget under the circumstances.
Well, needless to say, I really didn't get a real opportunity to really go through it over the weekend, which was a holiday weekend. So can you tell the council and the people how many additional police officers are budgeted?
That I will have to flip through the details to find the section, so I am not sure.
I think there was a reduce in the police budget by 400,000.
Reduce?
Over 430,000.
Yeah, our budget forms are going to be very interesting. There was a lot of
Yes,
reductions.
indeed.
It's reduction.
So make sure you bring your 2014 and your 2015, the one with your notes in. Bring the one with your notes.
But he was supposed to include 12 new police officers, which we desperately need.
You got a whole night to speak about.
Because I would have.
If we introduce it, it's our
just keep
budget.
in mind it was a balancing act that we had to perform, and we are introducing the budget for your approval this evening, and then the process begins in terms of examining each department and having a consensus amongst yourselves on what amendments you may deem to be necessary to arrive at a budget that you can adopt.
See, I'm going into the process with a chip on my shoulder and a bad attitude, because last year we put money aside to increase the TO for the police officers, and it did not happen. And this year you're telling me you're reducing it? That just doesn't make sense to me. But we'll deal with it.
I did not say to you that we're reducing the table of organization.
Well,
I never said that.
Some drastic cuts. It's going to be interesting to see how you did it with your voodoo economics.
Well, can I make a comment? I can't say that the TO has been reduced since the administration came in July 1. The number of officers has dramatically reduced, and I don't think this administration has hired not one police officer since July 2012.
And that includes retirees.
That's not a decision that is in my,
Right.
you know.
Right. They're not. Absolutely.
That's not my decision. All I can do is give you the best numbers that we can based on discussions with the various departments and the need for us to provide you with a balanced budget.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you have no other questions for me at this time,
You will, so we sure there are no questions from Mr. Mapp? No, we're just introducing.
I'd like to extend my sympathy from the Johnson family to the Mapp family and your bereavement.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mapp, and we'll keep you in our prayers over your traveling mercies.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman,
Safe travels, Mr. Mapp.
Thank you. Okay, good night.
Father-in-law. Mr. Mack was your father-in-law. His father-in-law. Thank you. I'm going to, I really didn't want to say any comments. I want to leave the time because there was a lot going on tonight. But I did not have an opportunity to participate in the interviews, but I did have an opportunity to speak to the proposed candidate offline and told her I would speak to her one-on-one, and I haven't had the opportunity, but I do intend to do it. And at this time, clerk, please move the agenda.
Council President?
Yes.
I didn't know if you wanted to make an announcement about the grandmother of the Skipper family that passed away.
Can you make the announcement?
Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but you know we had a fire about a month ago, and we lost 2 children in that fire. Well, one of the grandparents went to the hospital in critical condition, and I believe we lost her today.
Oh, 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
About 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Yeah.
And wake is Thursday.
She can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We one of the grandparents who was critically burned in the fire.
The fire on Central Place.
On
we
Central
lost
Place,
2
right.
children. The grandparent passed.
One of the grandparents passed 2 days ago, and I believe the wake is Thursday. New Hope Baptist from 10 to 11 a.m.
East Orange?
East Orange. New Hope
This
East Orange.
Thursday from 10 a.m.
10 to 11.
And then the funeral immediately after.
They didn't say, but I'm assuming that.
So, because of the condition, okay. So if we will get definitive arrangements to the clerk's office so that if you call by tomorrow, there will be some answers if people would like to
I have
fill
the
out.
information.
You have all the information? Okay.
It's going to be, her name was Karen Callahan, and it will be at New Hope Baptist Church, 144 Norman Street in East Orange on Thursday, April 9th, 2015 at 10 a.m., followed by 11 a.m. funeral service.
Thank you very much. That being said, clerk, please move the agenda.
Yes, on second reading, we have an ordinance that's been tabled since February 3rd, 2015. Need a motion to lift from the table?
Motion to lift.
Second. Motion by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Williams. Councilman Coley, this is a motion to lift.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well. I'm going to do a motion to withdraw.
You offering it? If you offering, I
Yes,
second.
and you second it. A motion by Councilman Williams to withdraw, a second by Councilman Corbett. Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well. Moving to 16-2015.
An ordinance amending Chapter 80 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township entitled Dogs and Other Animals, sponsored by Council Member Kenzie A. Easton.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard on this?
Yes, this ordinance is outrageous. How dare anyone try to regulate who I have, what I have in my home. It's my home. Pets are my family, as they are for many people. Seniors, the ill, the terminal people, they are our family. No one is going to tell me how many animals I should have in my home. If it's not a public nuisance or a health hazard, that's my business. My home is large enough to accommodate however many I want. I saw an animal that was going to freeze to death on school property. I picked it up and brought it in. It's still part of my family 10 years later. If somebody's going to try to tell me how many dogs and cats I can have in my house, I want an ordinance that's how many children people can have in their home. Because children make a lot more noise, a lot more mess than dogs and cats, and they cost taxpayers. And they don't need college educations. I mean it. I mean, this is awful. This is awful. You're gonna try to legislate how many dogs or cats I should have? What if somebody decides they want to have 4 or 5 gerbils and a couple chickens and a goat and 6 fish? You gonna count the fish in my house? And why should I have more than 2 fish? I can only have 2 cats. This is ridiculous. It's people's personal lives, their personal homes. If it is a nuisance to somebody, that's a code enforcement issue. That's a different issue. But there are lots of us that have pets. They give us comfort. They are our family. We take care of them, and it's our business as to who we have in our homes. This is awful. How dare anybody try to tell me what I'm going to have in my... I'm going to have whatever I want in my home. It's my home.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to be heard on this?
Motion to close.
Motion closed by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. On the motion to close, seeing none, roll call, Councilman Coley.
No.
To close the public.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Told you that coffee.
Councilwoman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Y'all crazy.
In favor.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
And I'm in favor as well. Motion to adopt on final reading.
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Easton.
Second.
Second by Councilman Corbett. On the motion, seeing none, roll. I'm sorry.
I want to say something. I'm hoping and I'm praying that our council will support this. There was a gentleman here tonight that wanted to speak on making sure that the council does approve it. We're not saying you can't have a pet. Everybody has a pet. My sister has a dog. But what we're saying is in my ward, we are having a hard time with feces being all over the place. At one of my complexes, they have a lot of dogs. The people are not maintaining them. And all it is giving, when I have a homeowner call me and say, Councilwoman, I need help with regulating how many dogs I can have in my house, then it's time to do something. Because it's just a deterrent for the health department to be able to address a complaint when somebody calls them and say, there's 5 dogs over my head and I can't sleep. So we're just saying it shouldn't be no more. If she read the ordinance already said you couldn't have over 3. That was already in the law. And we have to legislate some stuff in this city. Otherwise, everything gets out of hand. You would be overrun by pets and whatever. And who's going to clean up behind them? People just don't clean up behind their dogs. I'm sorry, they just don't clean up behind them dogs. And not only that, I don't think you want to compare a dog to a child. I mean, I don't think that's the way we're going. I mean, children is a different thing. At least we can control them. But I don't know why you would compare a dog to a child when you haven't had any kids that I know of. So I'm just saying, I hope we will approve this just to regulate it so that the health department has something to work with. And it really is a health issue. If that's the case, we should pick up all the feces and just dump it on somebody's lawn. But I don't think we want that to happen. So I'm just asking the council to support it.
And Councilwoman Easton, while you're speaking, and maybe you and Mr. Harris, because it says that there's no current change for what's in the household. It's upon if one of the animals. So if somebody has 3 dogs in their household already.
Their grandfather. Their grandfather.
Okay.
That's automatically grandfather. Okay. This is just moving forward.
I just have a question. Can I ask a
Councilwoman
question?
Johnson?
Just going with the point that she raised, are we talking about, in South Ward, some of the houses are huge. I'm just saying, are we talking about the size of the house? I mean, we have some houses that it could be a dog on one side of the house. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm being honest, the houses are huge. So are we talking about houses, apartments?
The provisions of this section shall not apply to any residential housing unit where there are presently 3, so it just speaks to what's presently in the house. So currently there is a limit of 3 dogs.
Or that's already, 3 is already on the books.
So
Okay.
That's being grandfathered in.
Okay, not a
That's
problem.
to be grandfathered.
That's not being changed, so it's going forward. Did you want to say something, Mr. Harris?
Yes. If I may, please.
Good evening, Kevin Harris, Legislative Research Officer. Yes, we did factor in a grandfather clause that if you presently have 3 dogs, licensed dogs or cats, then no one's going to obviously make you take away a pet. But if Fido dies, you can't replace him with Fido Jr. So if you have 3 dogs or cats now and one dies or is removed, then you're now bound by the new provisions of the ordinance.
I don't, Council President, I don't think animal control is going to be knocking on door to door to see how many pets you have. In the event of a disturbance, then they'll come through, and if you're in violation, then you'll be dealt with. Yeah.
Is there any more on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
No.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Summer Johnson?
Yes.
And I'm in favor as well.
Passes. Okay, we are now at ordinance on first reading, 17/2015, an ordinance amending chapter 210 of the municipal code of City Orange Township.
17/2015, we have to postpone until we get the modified version. We have not gotten it yet. So we're on 20-2015.
An ordinance adopting amendments to the Central Orange redevelopment plan.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by
Second.
Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Eason. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Corbett?
Me?
Corbett?
No.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
No.
Councilman Johnson?
No.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Coley?
No.
And I'm not in favor.
Motion 5-2. Motion does not pass.
5 nays and 2 yeas.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
5 nays, 2 yeas, right. Just
5
nays, 2
yes.
yeas, yeah.
Councilwoman, just so that this doesn't, I guess we need to talk to Marty. You would talk to Mr. Mizell about what he needs to redo, and maybe he might want to get some residents involved in how we do this plan, if that's what you guys are intent on doing.
Okay.
Moving to 21-2015.
An ordinance amending Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township entitled Administration of Government, amending the section regarding fiscal procedures.
Motion to adopt on first reading.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
By Councilman Johnson. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler.
In favor.
Councilman Johnson.
In favor.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes. 7 yeas. We're on to the consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the City Council and be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda.
Council members, 82 is going to stay postponed. Mr. Tarver will be coming back to address that. Are there any others? So 82 is postponed, it's not removed, it's postponed. So is there any that we would like removed?
Yes.
Which ones?
Is 100-2015 withdrawn, or are we doing that? Did we get the
120?
amendments?
Which one?
100-2015, did we get the list?
She's probably downstairs doing that.
She's
But
here.
remove it. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, she's right here.
All right, well, I still want to vote on that separately. But
Separate vote?
yeah,
Okay.
100-2015.
Okay.
Thank you. 105-2015. 109-2015. 110-2015. 111-2015, and 112-2015.
So you said 100, which one?
Okay.
100?
Did you leave anything on there?
Okay, so you have.
Okay, so we said 100-2015.
Thank you.
112-2015, 105, 2015.
Okay.
109, 2015.
Okay.
110, 2015. 111, 2015. And 112, 2015.
Did you leave any up there?
Yeah, she
I
left a lot.
sure did.
She sure did. Are there any others that would like to be removed for a separate vote?
Council President, 96, 2015.
96. Okay. You moved the bill list already.
96, 2015.
Okay, we're good.
You good?
So you're voting on 90, 2015?
91, 2015, 92, 2015, 93, 94, 95, 97, 98, 99, 101, 102, 103, 104, 106, 107, 108, 2015.
Right. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Porter, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda just passed. Going back to those that are pulled off for a separate vote. First, 96-2015. A resolution authorizing cancellation of various municipal-owned tax sale certificates for unpaid tax issued to the Orange Housing Authority in the amount of $40,055.15. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Corbett. Come back to you, Councilwoman Butler.
In favor.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilman Coley.
I had a question, maybe I missed it.
Are you sure on the motion?
My question is,
You missed it.
I missed it. Well, no, then.
You missed it.
No.
No.
Out there.
What is your vote? Your vote is no?
No.
Okay. I'm in favor.
Motion passes.
What's the votes?
2 nays, 5 yeas.
Moving to 100-2015, a resolution authorizing the City of Orange Township to receive bids for the sale of various tax sale certificates, including subsequent municipal liens held by the City of Orange Township.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Eason on the motion. On the motion. On the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Pass.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Yes.
Councilman Coley.
Yes.
I am not in favor. So you got 2 yeas and 5 nays, right?
That's
No, the opposite.
2 nays and 5 yeas is what we got,
Yeah.
right? Correct. Moving to, which one?
105-2015, a resolution authorizing the City of Orange Township to enter into agreement with Konica Minolta Business Solutions USA Inc., 101 Williamson Drive, Ramsey, New Jersey, for 4 photocopiers at the Freddie Powell Municipal Justice Complex.
Move.
Motion by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Eason. On the motion,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Do we know who requested these copiers?
The police department.
Is it the police department or is it the court?
The police department.
Okay.
Are there any other questions on the motion? Council, Ms. Lascari, when we purchased several copies last year, none went to the police department, everybody wants to come.
Yeah, Joy Lascari, CFO. I would like to defer to Ms. Knight because she's actually the one who negotiated everything.
Everybody jumped up.
Joy's like, not
Come on. my question was simply, we purchased a lot of copies last year. Were any purchase for the, or any purchase for the police department, and has there been a list of copiers and computers that we have citywide for all departments so that we can see how they're turning over year by year?
Okay. Takesha Knight, Finance Department. At the time when we replaced the copiers here at City Hall, the police department's copiers were still under contract. Their contract had not expired, even though the copiers were on their last leg. Their the contract has now expired, and we went out and we did it under state contract. We looked at several different vendors, and this was the best fit for them. As far as the computers, we are compiling a list because we do want to, even though there's not savings if we buy under state contract in bulk, we are compiling a list of all the computers and what needs to be replaced.
Okay, and you're going to do that for the copies as well?
The copies are done.
Does
The
the
fire
whole-
department has a copier.
No, I'm talking about the list, the list.
Oh, yes, we can give you a list of all the copiers once they've been replaced, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Galt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
And I'm in favor as well. Moving to
109. Resolution appointing Joyce Lanier, RMC, as municipal clerk for the city of Orange Township, New Jersey pursuant to NJSA 48-9-133 and the city code 4-15, sponsored by the city council.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton and Galt Butler. Everybody on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Galt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
And I am in favor as well. Congratulations. So the first question is, do you know how to handle Oprahs? No. I'm just kidding.
Good evening, honorable members of the Municipal Council. First of all, thank you for a unanimous vote. I just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation for the vote and the appointment. I look forward to coming to join the Orange team, to serving you, to serving the residents of Orange and the community at large. And for anyone who missed the interview process, I'm available whenever you're available, and I guess I'll see you all next week because I would like to come and sit on the budget hearings just to kind of get myself up to speed.
And for the public to know, when will your first day begin here in the city of Orange?
I was told May 1st, which is a Friday.
May 1st? Okay.
Right, but actually I think we moved it to the
May
Monday.
4th? Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so that'll be April something?
No,
May.
May.
Oh, you're saying go up to the,
Monday
okay, so
after.
second, third, fourth,
So
so
you
May
can
4th.
start on a Friday, so you start on Monday.
Monday. Okay.
And welcome you, and we look forward to, well, you'll be here all next week, and we all can contact you at our leisure. Thank you.
Thank you again.
And I'm sure she will be making herself available to the residents. I'm sure you'll grab her out in the hallway now that she's appointed, but
Security.
get you some cards. We're probably gonna need cards. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor. A resolution. A resolution 110-2015, a resolution introducing and approving the 2015 calendar year, and you know it's not the final approval. Everybody, this is always a point of contention. It's just the introduction of the budget for the calendar year 2015 budget.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Second by Councilman Eason on the motion. Councilman Eason?
There's no statement that they read into the record?
For the introduction of the budget?
I thought they usually read a statement.
Ms. Muscari?
There's no statement?
No, there's no written statement. Joy Lascari, CFO.
The passage.
I think Mr. Mapp covered some of the most pertinent things that people normally ask in the budget. What the levy increase is, that sort of thing. I wanted to point out a few points. The The salary and wages, for example, that's a question that always comes up. Last year was 24,929,876, and this year I have it set at 25,381,850, which is a difference of 451,974. And of that, $393,409.54 is currently contracted salary increases and step increases and that sort of thing. So the rest is some shuffling.
And of the contractual increase for amoeba,
there's amoeba, and then there's the step increases.
the step increases for everybody.
Yeah, it
And
kind
then
of goes
what about
across
the
the board.
directors? The directors got a 2% increase as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that's
but that didn't go before this council, that approval didn't go before this council?
for the amoeba contract.
No, for the directors.
It's standard procedure that everybody who's not under a contract follows the amoeba contract.
But it comes before council, normally. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to point out a few things in this budget for you. I really worked hard on this. Again, there's a table of contents in each section. The table of contents includes page numbers for everything in sections 4 through 14. So those are, everything in sections 4 through 14 has a page number that's consistent throughout. So this is in response to your requests from last year. You wanted page numbers. I got page numbers. I also wrote the page numbers on the table of contents, so it's easier for you to locate what you're looking for. I can, tab 1, of course, is the budget. Tab 2 is the budget preparation sheet that Edmunds produces when I plug the numbers in. What I've noticed is I went ahead and I kept it in. Even though it only puts in the introduced budget, it doesn't take into consideration any of the amendments to the budget or any of the what's the word?
The amendments to
yeah,
to,
well,
to, that was made
yeah,
by
the,
the
when we
government body.
yeah, transfers. Thank you. Okay, I know. So, but I left it there because it has a 3-year comparison of the introduced or the adopted budget, rather, but just the adopted. Section 3 has the quick. It will show you line by line what the transfers were. It doesn't tell you. You have to do the math to figure out where it landed, where the amounts landed for each line item, and what the final expended was. When you go into section 4, let's look at. Let's go to section 5 and look at the council's budget. Make that section 6. I have to learn my way through this thing too. I just wanted to point out a few things. Actually, that's not the best one to look at. My apology. Go back to section 5, and you'll see that I have the department's salary and wages on the top of the page, and then the listing of the individuals. Over here is, of course, the totals of what's being requested. What's added here is what was budgeted for 2014 and what was actually spent for 2014. So for each department, you have what the final budget was for each department and the final spent for each budget for the previous year in the salary and wage line. And then below that, you'll see what amount of this is. It's totaling up all of those salary increases. So each department, I'm telling you how much the salary increases are that are listed in here that drive the final numbers. So that's information that I've added there for you in the salary and wage lines. On the budget sheets themselves, just go to the next page. I wanted to show you. I'll try to do it this way if you can see. We have basically on the left is everything that was presented to me by the departments, to whatever degree of detail. Some things I was able to add to, but primarily it's what they input. Within the boxes here adds up to the box here. To the right of this solid line is what would the final budget after all transfers was, and what was actually spent in that line item. So that you have the 2014 more realistic numbers than what you see in section 2, because again, like that one only has the adopted budget, not after transfers. I think it's important to know, you know, where things landed after transfers and also what was actually spent. You can't go by that entirely. For example, if something was budgeted for in, I'll just say this line, but it was spent in this line, you have to kind of look at the whole picture for the department to see exactly how things pan out. But that's there for you to see a comparison. You asked, this is another thing you asked for last year, is to see side by side in the same place the comparison without having to flip back and forth. To the right, immediately to the right, this is what the departments requested in the boxes. Immediately to the right of that in italics is what I knocked, what myself and sometimes with the assistance of other members of the departments and the administration, what I knocked it down to. And I know that a lot of people are not going to like what I've done, but I did the best that I could to force the budget down to within caps and to make it balance. So at this point, I know that there's still a lot of work that has to be done. This is once you introduce and accept this budget, then it's yours to fix to the best of your abilities. I've done the best that I can do at this point. And yes, unfortunately, there were positions that were put in that I had to temporarily at least pull out. There may be different ways that we could look at different areas. There were capital expenditures that were requested within the budget, which I knocked out of their budget line items. There may be ways that we can, if the value of something is over 5 years, we can possibly move it to a capital expenditure and free up that money within cap in the departments. Anyway, there's a lot of discussion that will have to take place, but I'd really worked hard to present in a format that makes it easier for you to make your decisions and to see what happened in the past. The other thing that I added this year that you didn't have last year is section 16, which is not labeled. This is the entire budget transaction audit trail for 2014 up through 3/31/15. This is a very good, useful tool for you if you choose to use it, if you choose to try to plow through it. If you want to see exactly, well, how exactly was that money spent in that line item, you can look for that line item in here and see exactly what they were. And I encourage you, please, I'm here to help you, help you with understanding how to read this and to be comfortable with it. I don't want you to make decisions based on not understanding what you're seeing. Please make your decisions based on the greatest amount of understanding that you can have. And if you have a question, please ask me. Please ask me. I can make myself available to explain things more, or I will be here for every budget meeting to also assist and answer to the slashes that I might have made that you really didn't want or somebody didn't want. But I had to do, at the last minute, I had to force it down. There was money that still had to be pulled off the budget in order to make it balance, and to keep it within the cap. So
did we have anything in surplus?
We did have surplus. I did give the annual financial statement into the clerk's office. I don't know if they were copied to give to you yet. I should have made sure that they were copied and given to you in this binder, the annual financial statement. I'm technically on vacation this week. I'm actually in Pennsylvania. I'm just a figment of your imagination here. But I will make sure that the
We got
the AF, you each got a copy of the AFS? Oh, okay. Because then I can, if you still needed it, we can we can get copies made.
No, last meeting. Last meeting. It was like 2 or 3 weeks between. Mr. Fell.
Exactly. Please don't embarrass us. Exactly.
I know that the question was brought up last year, and so I might as well just address it now. In the budget message on page 3B3, again, we have the unemployment insurance from prior years that we had to budget for. You may remember a few years ago we discovered that predecessors did not pay the unemployment. The City of Orange is on a reimbursement plan with the city, which means that instead of just paying a flat fee, and then the state remitting the unemployment to the individuals, the state remits to the individuals and then bills us for the exact amount that they had to use. Rather than, instead of us giving them more money than they may need, we only give them what they need. But unfortunately, for that time period, somebody failed to do that or didn't understand the process. I don't know what, but anyway.
Well, Mrs. Scarry, you still know we still have the problem with the notices going.
I know. We've been in contact with the state, and they have a left-hand, right-hand kind of problem going on, it seems like. Even though we have a payment plan, for example, the billing department doesn't acknowledge that we have a payment plan, so they still send out warning letters, like Lost in Space, and they still have the old addresses from old councils, and to get them to change it, I don't know why it's so difficult, but I apologize that you're still receiving them. But the point that I was trying to make was that there is a plan to pay that off. We do have an approved plan with the state to pay off that, and this year's commitment is greater than last year's commitment, and the hope is we should have the entire thing paid off next year, and then we will just be in current year. So that will actually be a benefit to us after 2016, that we'll have that money freed up for us. Our health insurance premiums went up considerably. Part of that was due to the prescription plan, but not entirely. The healthcare premiums went up also. Even though most of our employees are now at the highest level of contribution, it was still just for the city's portion an increase of $900,000.
Scary.
Yeah.
We need to take a 2-minute break.
Okay. That's about. Okay. So as I was saying, the increase in the healthcare premium totals was $936,900 this year, and that's taking into consideration that most of our employees are at the highest level of contribution. So a large part of that is the state health benefits. Their premiums went up, and then I did put note in here on this page the total of all of the union contract increases and step increases that are in this budget is $393,409.54. But like I said, it's listed on each department as to exactly how much that is for each department. I just thought it was helpful to know how much the contractual increases are affecting the salary and wages. So, as we're going through the process, I'm sure you'll have many questions, and maybe you'll have some suggestions to make next year's budget binder even better. So, I think that's about it, unless there's questions.
Mrs. Scary, are our pension payments up to date?
Yes, they are.
So we are caught up?
Yes, yes. Anything else?
Anything else? No, if not, let's
Okay,
vote
thank
to
you.
introduce. I'm sorry, I lost it. You ready? You gotta vote on it.
Yeah.
This is, we're voting.
No, it's
We're on-
roll call.
No, we were on the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so we're doing the vote.
Roll
Councilman,
call.
the vote, Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
What are we on?
110,
What?
2015.
110.
Introducing.
Introducing Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summer Johnson.
Yes.
And I'm in favor as well.
Motion passes. 7 yeas.
And-
111,
Go, sorry.
2015, a resolution approving the bill list for the council meeting vote on April 7, 2015, dated April 2nd, 2015, and approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance 2-95 for a grand total of $10,492,583.35.
Is there a motion?
Move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton. I heard, I couldn't, it was over here, but I couldn't hear. On the motion, seeing none, is there on the motion? No? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
No.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
and I am not in favor. Well, that's 2 nays and 5 yeas.
5. Resolution 112, 2015, a resolution authorizing the City of Orange to enter into agreement to purchase the building and premises owned by the YWCA of Orange and to authorize the transfer of rental proceeds from the Orange Reservoir lease agreement to be applied toward the purchase of the YWCA of Orange. Do a motion.
Move.
Second.
On motion?
Did they change it?
On the motion,
I have a question.
I think it's on the motion. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Before you said they were working on it to give us something. Were they giving us
Yeah,
something?
did we get a new document?
Oh, that lease
It's a
agreement?
revision.
You would have to substitute in the new document in tab 2 and amend the lease end date on the record. And
Okay, so we should go to, what's the best document to work with? The one in binder number 2, is that the best document to work with?
Yes.
Okay, so go to the binder, document number 2 will be amended document. The document under tab number 2, I apologize.
Tab number 2. The lease end date should be then amended to April 30th, 2016.
And was that all I needed? So the first whereas, I don't have, it's in the binder, I don't think I have it. So the first, on the first paragraph, you have it in front of you?
He's gonna read it, yeah.
Go ahead.
So whereas the City of Orange wishes to lease the
Can't
property
hear him.
located at
You can't hear you, so,
Whereas the City of Orange wishes to lease the property located at 395 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey, aka the YWCA, from May 1st, 2015 through, and this date would be amended to April 30th, 2016 for an amount of $100,000 from the YWCA's Chapter 11 bankruptcy trustee.
and it is the YWCA of Essex and West Hudson. Okay.
And we could amend that as well.
It is, as Councilwoman Gaunt Butler stated, it is the YWCA of Essex and West Hudson. Yes. So is that all that everybody needed was the amended, was the first whereas? Was there any other items?
No, I think it's in number 6 too, because it talks about the
Six.
extension, the 6-month extension.
Okay.
There's an August 31st date in there, so that might have to be amended.
All right.
So which resolution are we voting on?
We're on number 2 that's in the binder.
Chapter
That's
2.
the same number.
Tab number 2.
I'm in tab number 2.
So that will
There's
be.
a resolution right there.
I see the resolution. My concern is that it's not legally documented as a number that we're voting on. The one that we have is this one, which doesn't stipulate any of what's in the binder.
Councilman Corbett, the attorney said we would have to substitute this document in for that document. That's what he said. And then he began to say where the changes are. That's what he was reading.
I would be more comfortable if it was already stated and numbered. I'm only one vote.
I know,
Council President, I think I mentioned this at our last meeting. Voting on things that we don't have in front of us, we just talking about it. To me, I understand the sense of urgency. Right now, I think I have a M16 to my head. And it's just not sitting right here with me.
administration, the council will be here every night, almost every night. Can it be brought back on one of the nights from the budget? We can advertise that we will be voting on, doing business voting on one of the nights. Can it be brought back on?
One of the suggestions I made to council, given the time restraints, that the first date, the April 13th, if that would work, we could sort of answer some questions that folks may have to sort of quell some of the unreadiness. I think that still gives us the time frame. Our concern was that initially the scheduled council meeting would not have taken place until a later date, but if the council would have the will to sort of move this and put this on the agenda for that first meeting, we can do it on the 13th.
So would the administration be willing to come in and do a forum that we can advertise from like 6 to 7? And then during the budget hearing, if it's the council's will, you will vote, we can take action also?
From an administrative standpoint, I would be here to answer whatever questions.
So because we're advertising tomorrow, so there could be an advertisement of a forum from 6 to 7 to answer any questions and then take action before the budget hearing. Councilman Coley, let me just ask you.
That's on the 13th.
Yes, the first.
Now, the public also had a bunch of questions that they needed answers to. As long as we have all the information, prior to, and give us an opportunity to digest it, we could come back on the 13th.
I think that would give us would be within the time restraints that Ms. Lubeck has indicated to us, and it would give us an ample time so I can have a commitment date that I can say on the 13th.
Council President?
Councilwoman?
So on the 13th, you're saying you're inviting the public to come?
To 6 to 7,
to
yeah,
sit from
to
6 to 7,
to have
to
a
listen
public
to the
forum.
Q&A.
Yes.
Then
It
we
could
would be able to take
yes.
action. Got it.
And then we would take action prior to the budget hearing.
Can I just ask one question, Council President?
Just 1 second. Council.
I don't, it's an hour, we were here, I said a good hour and a half tonight discussing that, right?
90 minutes.
So you think an hour's gonna be enough? Did
Tell
you
me, I
invite
was
the
coming
public?
around seeing what your suggestion, was. What is your suggestion, Councilwoman?
Well, you're gonna start at 6. Do we need to start at 5:30?
Maybe.
You should probably start at 5, because if it's a public forum, the council doesn't have to be, what council members can get here at 5? It doesn't require all 7 council members to be here. We don't have to be here until it's time to take action.
Well, so you wanna start at 5?
Could some council members be here at 5?
I could probably be at 5. It's on a Monday, right?
Yeah, on Monday. So 5, so Councilman Coley.
Councilman Johnson?
Wait, who's
Not
over here?
Summers. But
Council-
he usually can't make it till 6, right?
Wait, Councilman, who's over here? Just a second.
I have a
Councilman
day job.
Johnson.
I don't work.
For the public forum is really for the administration. It's not for the council. It's for the administration to address the comments of the public, and it will be advertised as a special meeting for the public to have questions, and for the administration to have many of the questions that were asked tonight to be able to hand them out, so they won't have as many questions. And many of the questions spoke to a financial plan and those type of things. Councilman Coley, again, are you okay with having a public forum from 5 to 7 and the council to do a budget hearing at 7 o'clock and to take action on resolution that will be postponed until that day?
Yes, but I know I won't be able to be here at 5 exactly, but I can be here.
Councilman Corbett,
I can be here. If I'm not here, I'm ready to vote.
Councilwoman Eason,
I can be here.
Councilwoman Vaughn Butler,
Potentially, I could get here.
but you're gonna be here at 7.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's it. So when you say potentially it's 5 to 7, it's for the forum.
5 is, yeah,
The forum,
potentially
but definitely
5.
at 7.
Definitely at 7.
Okay. Councilman Johnson?
Council President, on the 13th, I'll take one for the team.
Thank you, sir. So that means you'll be here from 5 until 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No,
Until
that's
11. Bring dinner.
Long answer.
Don't forget to bring dinner.
Yes, I will be here.
Okay.
Who's bringing
I
dinner?
will be here.
I'm telling you.
But I said I can be here, but I'm not promising that I will. But my mind is already made up. Oh, yeah, I'll be here for 7.
So we're going to postpone this for clarity, 1/12/2015 to April 13th, for which there will be a public forum from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. held by the administration to answer all questions and to have the questions that were asked tonight. And at 7 o'clock, there will be the first budget hearing and action on 1/12/2014. And the first budget hearing is the Library and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Council President. Council President, can I just have one request? If any council members have any specific questions that they would like for me to, or the administration to answer on April 13th, I'd like to have those things prepared. There were a lot of questions that were asked tonight, and I don't want to mislead.
We didn't adjourn, just 1 second, because we didn't adjourn. We did not adjourn.
I don't want to mislead council by believing that on April 13th, that some of the questions that was asked tonight that I would be able to have answers to, because it requires a much longer range of plan. But I want to make sure that I have the appropriate questions answered for the concerns that certain council members have. So if I can get any of those questions.
Because 5 to 7 citizens.
Yes, I have those questions, and most of them mimicked each other in their response. I have those questions written down in my book to kind of answer those. But if Councilman Coley or any other council member has a specific question, I'll be more than happy to have that answer available.
Do you think
Definitely let you know. Thank you.
You can put in writing what you can answer tonight and probably get that out to the clerk tomorrow, based on what happened tonight?
Today is Tuesday. I will have it to you by Thursday.
Okay.
I'll make it
Just
that
based
way.
on the questions that were
Yes, I'll just kind of make a list of questions and answers that was kind of answered. Yeah, that might help. That might be helpful because I got them. That'll be very helpful. So if you can get it to me by tomorrow by 12 noon, I can return back to you by the end of business day on Thursday. Thank you very much.
I make a motion.
Is there a motion
We
to
close.
adjourn by Councilwoman Summer Johnson, second by Councilwoman Vaughn Butler? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?